Chapter 556. What? You want to go to the desolate hut? When Princess Yudai returned and heard Yi Fan's decision, she was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened and her cherry lips fell open. She looked completely shocked. The desolate hut referred to the place where the ancient emperors built their hut. After hundreds of thousands of years, it had long since become a wasteland. She firmly opposed, "You can't go there. Since ancient times, who knows how many lords have died, but not a single one of them has gained anything. It's a land of death." Her figure was tall and slender, her cherry lips bright and lustrous, her fine nose tall and straight, her eyes clear and beautiful, her long hair fluttering in the wind, carrying a fragrance. As she stood facing Yi Fan, an orchid-like aura wafted over. "I told Father to give you the Purple Dragon platform or the Phoenix Ridge. That is a holy land for cultivation, and 1 or 2 times faster than other places. There are natural traces of the great Tao there," Princess Yudai explained. When she and the old emperor were discussing the matter, Grand Preceptor Xiao had only casually mentioned that he was willing to return the desolate hut to the dynasty. The old emperor had only said it in jest, saying that if Yi Zhaoyan wanted the land, he could give it to him as well. In the end, Xiao Mingyuan had sent a different message. Anyone who first learned that the desolate hut was built by the ancient emperors in their later years would find it hard to resist. Yi Fan knew that the other party had predicted that he would go. This was an irresistible temptation. "Since your majesty has such words, I am willing to go and take a look there to broaden my horizons." Yi Fan smiled. Princess Yudai firmly opposed, her towering chest rising and falling due to her emotions. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? Countless seniors and experts haven't gained anything from living there, and all of them have met with mishaps. Why take the risk? Yi Fan didn't change his mind. He said that he would only observe and wouldn't live there for long, so there wouldn't be any problems. "You saved my life, and I wanted to repay you, but something like this happened." Princess Yudai sighed and took out a small white jade jar, handing it to Yi Fan. Even though the pure white jade was sealed, it still emitted a fragrance that made one feel comfortable. Every pore on one's body opened up, and it was refreshing. "Dragon marrow!" Xiao Ming returned from afar and cried out in alarm. Yi Fan thought about it. This person had ill intentions. Could it be that he still had designs on the dragon marrow? He laughed, unscrewed the cork, and poured the contents into his mouth. The fragrance filled the garden. A drop of sparkling and translucent liquid the size of a grape flowed with 5-colored divine light. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, intoxicating one to the bone. It fell into Yi Fan's mouth. He savored the taste for a moment, then directly swallowed it and muttered to himself, "There's no taste." Even Princess Yudai didn't know what to say. This was an immortal treasure, and he ate it just like that, and the other party had to carefully refine it. "Brother Yi, it's not that I want to criticize you, but this is like a cow chewing on a peony. It's a reckless waste of God's gifts. It's really too wasteful." Xiao Mingyuan felt distressed watching from the side. At the side, the old guard also opened his mouth, but he was completely speechless. If it was given to him, he would definitely refine it to the extreme to strengthen his life essence. "Brother Yi, hurry up and find a place to meditate. Refine it as much as you can, and you'll naturally recover your vitality," Princess Yudai said, then turned and left. In the garden, everyone had dispersed. There was only the gurgling of the spring water and the rustling of the green trees. Yi Fan sat cross-legged next to an artificial mountain, silently circulating a heavenly art. He had even eaten the undying godly medicine, so he didn't care much about immortal treasures like the dragon marrow. However, he didn't want to truly waste it. Previously, he had only done it to make Xiao Mingyuan give up. Dragon marrow, dragon chi, dragon transformation. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that the dragon marrow was indeed marvelous, containing fragmented nomological laws. The Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 extremities, these 3 great secret realms corresponded to the various parts of the human body. Dragon transformation was naturally no exception. The human body underwent 9 transformations, leaping into a dragon. The so-called dragon transformation was the cultivation of the spine. This was a hidden great dragon in the human body, and the next secret realm was to revive it after 9 transformations, becoming one with the Tao. However, Yi Fan still didn't know how to cultivate it because he hadn't broken through and didn't have the corresponding ancient scriptures. It was said that this secret realm was incomparably marvelous. There were records in the ancient books that when a dragon leaped into the sky, the 9 transformations would allow one to see the celestial gate and other strange scenes. There were all kinds of mysterious things, and sometimes one could even ride a dragon to travel beyond the great void. However, no one could say for sure what exactly it was like. Everyone felt different, and everyone had their own enlightenment process. Entering the great void. Just now, when Yi Fan was refining this drop of dragon marrow, he came into contact with a fragment of the nomological laws, which shocked him indescribably. If I can obtain the dragon transformation scroll of an ancient scripture, and a large amount of immortal treasures, dragon marrow, I will definitely be able to cultivate quickly in this secret realm. And now, he had cultivated the 4 extremities secret realms of the human body to perfection. He could brand them in the void, and his arms and legs could draw upon the great Tao. He felt that as long as he had the opportunity, he would be able to break through to the dragon transformation secret realm. However, he lacked the corresponding ancient scripture. Before coming to the Central Plains, he had already done his research. In terms of the strongest dragon transformation scripture, it was undoubtedly the Grand Xia dynasty's supreme imperial scripture. Their imperial draconic chi had unparalleled offensive power, comparable to the secret art of all. Part of its power came from the dragon transformation scroll. Yi Fan could only be envious. He didn't have the confidence to snatch an ancient scripture from an ancient dynasty. Back then, the Supreme Emperor was on the same level as the gods, and he had left behind an extreme sacred weapon that could protect the dynasty for eternity. At worst, I'll just cultivate a single secret realm and start anew from the sea of reincarnation. He wasn't too worried. After all, he could still become a saint. Yi Fan was about to leave the Anping nation's capital and head to the desolate hut to try his luck at imperial fate. Which emperor built this hut in his later years? It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even 200,000 years. Who can say for sure? Especially the residents of an ancient emperor, I'm afraid even his descendants don't know. Princess Yudai shook her head. Don't tell me there aren't any clues? Yi Fan asked. The old guard said, some say it's the Eastern Wasteland's emperor, while others say it's the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor. There are even some who say it's an ancient emperor from the Central Plains. We can't be sure. Princess Yudai sighed. Actually, there's no need to be so clear. There are only so many ancient emperors. The Eastern Wastelands, Southern Mountains, Central Plains, and Northern Plains are all unique in their respective regions. But there are ancient records that some emperors might only be one person. What? This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of such a thing. Do you really think that each region has 5 or 6 emperors? Princess Yudai shook her head. She felt that it was too difficult to become an ancient emperor and that there were only a few. There are legends that say that the Eastern Wasteland's Emperor Heng Ho was actually the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor and also had a peerless name in the Northern Plains, the old guard said. Is that true? Yi Fan was truly shocked. For example, the Eastern Wasteland's Emperor Heng Yu and the founder of the ancient Flower Dynasty of the Central Plains might be the same person. The ancient Flower Dynasty was one of the 4 undying dynasties of the Central Plains, and the Eternal Universe Emperor had indeed left the Central Plains after killing the supreme existence of the Origin Ancient Mine. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. There was actually such a secret? He was deeply surprised. According to the textual research of an ancient sage, the number of ancient emperors can be counted on one's fingers. There are actually only a few of them in the 5 regions. This is unbelievable. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. Yi Fan finally left the ancient capital of Tranquility Nation and headed for the desolate hut, hoping to find his own destiny. You mustn't be rash. Don't stay there for too long. I'm cultivating in the unique scholar manner, and I'll come visit you when I'm free. Princess Yudai sent him off. It had to be said that the Central Plains was just too vast. The Tranquility Ancient Country's territory spanned over 1,000,000 li. Yi Fan activated the mysterious jade platform and crossed the void over 10 times before approaching the territory. In front of him, the immortal mountain was majestic and auspicious. Phoenix's sword, long-lived apes climbed the peaks, Chilants roamed about, and myriad spiritual medicines took root on the cliffs. Anyone who saw this would know that this was a holy land. It was like the abode of an immortal, exceptionally beautiful and ethereal. Yi Fan activated his divine eyes and carefully observed. He was even more shocked. In that instant, he saw purple mist rise and submerge the immortal mountain, as if there were 10,000 dragons leaping into the sky. As expected of a divine land, it's indescribably precious. He sighed in admiration. However, this was not his fief, but rather the majestic ancient mountain range where the unique Scholar Manor was located. Within a circumference of 500 li, auspicious mist curled about, creating a mysterious scene. As for his fief, it was located right next to this ancient immortal mountain. Its circumference was about 100 li, but the scenery was quite different. The source of 10,000 veins, the spiritual essence of the ancestral roots, all seemed to be gathered at the spiritual mountain where the unique Scholar Manor was located. The surroundings were desolate, and not a trace of immortal energy could be seen. Yi Fan stood in the void and gazed downwards. Within a circumference of 100 li, there were many lush green areas, but they lacked spiritual elegance. Did the great ancient emperor really choose this place? Why didn't he use the ancient immortal mountain next to it and instead built a hut in this barren land? No one could understand. After careful observation, there was a dilapidated city in this territory. It wasn't very large, and it was already not bad to have 20,000 people inside. It was similar to a town, but it was surrounded by ancient city walls. Yi Fan flew downwards and landed on the ground. The hut had a precise location, but he wasn't in a hurry to go there. Instead, he went to the city to officially take over this territory. The city was in ruins, and the 2 gates were about to collapse. The moat was also muddy and full of silt. It was about to dry up, and a few loaches could be seen scuttling about. "Halt, who are you?" On the ancient city walls that were full of cracks, there were more than 10 soldiers with disheveled armor. They carried iron spears and rusty long blades. They were extremely arrogant as they shouted at him. "I am your lord, and I am here to take over this city." Yi Fan spoke. At the same time, he was moved. This dilapidated city wall actually had divine force fluctuations, and it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. There were most likely powerful formation patterns carved on it, and it seemed like it had existed for an incomparably long time. "What lord? This is a land with an owner." A fierce soldier impatiently shouted. "Then I will go meet him." Yi Fan spoke. "You wait outside first." One of them shouted. Yi Fan was stunned. He had just arrived here, yet a group of soldiers actually wanted to show off their strength? He didn't say anything and stood outside the city, calmly waiting. However, after an entire hour passed, he still didn't see anyone come out. The soldiers on the city walls began to play finger-guessing games and drink aged wine, leaving him hanging here. Yi Fan laughed. They were just a few ruffians who knew a bit about cultivation, yet they actually dared to treat him like this. He rose into the air, about to rush in. "Enemy attack! Protect the city!" A few fierce soldiers shouted loudly. The dilapidated city released divine light. Formation patterns appeared on the city walls, and a screen of light rushed up, completely covering the ancient city that wasn't that large, protecting it within. "Kill him! He actually wants to attack our city!" Someone shouted. Yi Fan's eyes became cold. He had just arrived, yet there were already people who wanted to show off their strength? When he recalled that this was Xiao family's original fief, he immediately understood. "Are you all trying to rebel? There is the emperor's decree here. Are you all courting death?" He shouted. "Nonsense. This is a land with an owner. Show me your emperor's decree." At this moment, a middle-aged man finally appeared. He was wearing divine iron clothes and climbed up the city walls. Yi Fan was surprised. This person was actually a cultivator at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. Could the owner of a dilapidated city also have such cultivation? Look carefully. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw a yellow cloth down. That person caught it and didn't even look at it. He forcefully tore it apart and said, "This is a fake emperor's decree. Activate the formation patterns and kill him for me." The divine light of the city was dazzling. One after another, patterns interweaved and crushed towards Yi Fan. Its power was extraordinarily great. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could set up. Yi Fan's expression darkened. He had just arrived here and encountered such a thing. He coldly said, "It seems that I have to take down this city myself. In a while, after I become the city lord, I will treat you well." Chapter 557. Chi. Streak after streak of divine light rushed up, interweaving in the air and forming a killing formation that rushed towards Yi Fan. Killing intent surged into the clouds. The city walls were ancient and had endless formation patterns. At this moment, all of them appeared, engraving themselves in the void like the symbols of gods and ghosts. They were profound and unfathomable, intimidating one's soul. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He activated the row word art and quickly retreated, avoiding this world-shocking attack. The formation patterns of this ancient city were extremely terrifying. He reckoned that it was at least laid down by a supreme existence and had existed for countless years. In the past, there were even Holy Lord-level figures overseeing this place. Activate the formation patterns, protect the ancient city and kill the invading enemy. The middle-aged man on the city walls sneered. He stared at Yi Fan in the air and gave this order. Sush. This dilapidated city was indeed strange. It was able to concentrate the power of all the divine inscriptions to a single point, and the might of the attack was incomparably great. At this moment, the divine inscriptions condensed into a sharp beam of divine light that slashed out like a heavenly sword. Chung. The 1,000 long sword radiance immediately split the heavens. It was comparable to the attack of a Holy Lord-level figure. The light was blinding. If it was a normal person, they would most likely be nursing a grievance because the ancient city's fluctuations were too fast. The beam of light instantly slashed out and was difficult to avoid. However, Yi Fan wasn't one of them. He cultivated the 9 secret row word art and represented the highest level of achievement in this domain. He left behind an afterimage and disappeared into thin air. You have offended your superiors. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. Yi Fan was like a streak of light as he swooped down with a so sound. Courting death. Not even a half-step supreme existence dares to attack. The middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. He activated all of the formation patterns and stood on the city walls, not moving at all. Swish, swish, the entire ancient city seemed to have come to life. It was like a peerless swordsman as it swept out streak after streak of sword radiance. They were all over 1,000 zhang long and the divine light tore through the chaotic clouds. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This city was truly unordinary. He didn't know what kind of supreme existence left it behind, but it was a good place to nurture heavenly essence. It was extracting the earth vein's divine essence, transforming it into exceptional offensive power. It was as if a divine lord was fighting, leaving him shaken inwardly. It was worth studying. Hundreds and thousands of beams of light swept out, and even a fly would be smashed to pieces. However, Yi Fan approached. His strange movement technique seemed to pass through the ripples of water, breaking through the light screen and entering the city. The ancient city walls were in chaos. No one knew how he did it. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited place, passing through the formation patterns and entering the city. Yi Fan's sleeves were a little tattered. Even though he activated the Xing formula and chose a damaged part of the city wall, he was still hit by the sword radiance. If it weren't for his mortal body surpassing that of a holy lord, that strike just now would have injured him. This ancient city was extremely valuable. Before he made a breakthrough in his row word formula, he could only barely enter. Yi Fan didn't say anything and walked forward with large steps. The entire street was trembling. These people's expressions didn't change, revealing vicious glints as they brandished their weapons. This is the territory Grand Preceptor Shao bestowed to my brother. Do you want to steal it? The middle-aged man shouted. Yi Fan didn't want to waste words with him. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden lotus. It turned into a beam of light and rushed over to suppress him. Swoosh! The middle-aged man roared and took out an exquisite pagoda. It flickered with colorful light and went up to meet the golden lotus. However, how could it block Yi Fan's innate qi? The exquisite pagoda was pierced through on the spot, turning into a pair of scrap iron that scattered on the street. The middle-aged man staggered back, revealing an expression of disbelief. The innate essence of a divine body was indestructible. It was not something he could understand. Yi Fan could even kill someone at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation, let alone him. Pow! The lotus formed from the innate qi descended and sent him flying. He crashed heavily into the city wall, breaking his bones and tendons. He could no longer climb up. "Don't kill me!" The middle-aged man screamed in fear. He felt that he had provoked a killer, someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Qi, qi!" Yi Fan continuously pointed with his finger and froze the dozens of soldiers. He revealed a cold smile and said, "You want to show off your power to me? Spare us. We didn't mean to offend you. It was the mayor's order." Many people were scared and begged. Their cultivation levels were very low. "Who dares to behave atrociously in my Lu city?" A dignified voice was heard. A terrifying wave rushed out from the mayor's residence as a divine light flew over. A palm-sized flying sword that was as bright as autumn water and incomparably sharp shot out in all directions. It turned into a beam of lightning and slashed at Yi Fan's neck. Its trajectory was blurry, and even the void was distorted. It was evident that its speed and power were frightening. Clang! Yi Fan met the attack with his bare hands, creating a string of brilliant sparks. The flying sword wailed and fell straight down. He caught it with both hands and violently shook it. Gotcha! A secret treasure that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times and refined with the blood and sweat of an expert was destroyed just like that, turning into iron scraps. This monster. Who is this person? Everyone was tongue-tied. The mayor's cultivation was at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation. The flying sword that he cultivated with his life was destroyed as soon as it was taken out. This youth was too terrifying. A middle-aged man appeared. He was the mayor of Lu City. His face sank and said, "This is my Shao clan's territory. Are you challenging Grand Preceptor Zhao's dignity? From now on, this city has changed owners. Don't tell me you don't know. If you want to feign ignorance, I'll use my fist to tell you." Yi Fan directly rushed over and said, "Didn't you want to show off your power to me? Let me tell you, there are some people you can't offend." Bang! His fist didn't blossom with brilliance, but it had the power to shatter the void. It was firm and unyielding, and its power was incomparable. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. It was incomparably terrifying. Pacha, dong. All kinds of magic tools flew out to block Yi Fan, but under his fist, everything was futile. They all turned into fragments, and a large pile of copper and iron appeared on the ground. The middle-aged city lord was completely stunned. He had never seen such a powerful physical body before. He thought that he had encountered a holy master-level character, so he forgot to use his powerful magic power. Bang! Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. In an instant he arrived in front of the city lord and punched his chin. His teeth flew everywhere, and he flew hundreds of feet away like a puppet. Boom! This city lord crashed into the city wall on the spot. His chin was smashed into pieces, and there were many fractures all over his body. He lay there, unable to move at all. His eyes were full of shock. "It's only so." Yi Fan shook his head. Everyone was terrified. How could they deal with such a character? He was so young, and he could be compared to the monster of the unique warrior manner. When they thought about how they had to show off their strength just now, all of their faces turned pale without a trace of blood. Many people couldn't help but tremble. "It has nothing to do with us. It was all the city lord's orders." After the soldiers regained their mobility, they all knelt down and continuously kowtowed. The ferocity from before had completely disappeared. "All of you, stand up and talk." Yi Fan walked over and kicked the city lord's brothers a few times. He began to interrogate them and understood many things. Then he pointed at the space between everyone's eyebrows and erased some related memories. His physical body was so powerful, so he didn't want others to guess anything. All of you, disappear from Lu City for me. Don't let me see you again. Yi Fan shouted loudly. These soldiers were all cultivators with the surname Xiao. There were more than 200 of them, but their strength was limited. Including the city lord, they were all blown away by Yi Fan, and the city lord's brother's cultivation was crippled by Yi Fan. When the residents of the ancient city received the news, they were all astonished. This new city lord had too much of a personality. He took office alone without any subordinates. This dilapidated city wasn't big and could accommodate several thousand people. In fact, it was similar in size to a town. Yi Fan didn't want this place to lose its laws and regulations, so he recruited some people and reorganized the troops in the city, establishing some rules. As long as there was a normal order, he wouldn't interfere too much. He came here for the desolate hut and not to become a lord. Yi Fan strolled through the countryside and arrived at an ancient village. It was rumored that this was the place where the ancient emperors built their hut. It was filled with a mysterious luster. A large number of ancient locust trees surrounded the village. Every ancient tree was quite old. Some had cracked bark, and some had holes in the trunk. It was unknown how many years they had been growing for. The ancient village wasn't big, and there were only 50 or so households. Their ancestors had lived here for generations and had never moved. When they learned that this was the new lord, everyone was terrified and hurriedly paid their respects. Yi Fan had them rise and rewarded each of them with some silver. Seeing that he was amiable and approachable, they were no longer afraid. They answered every question, allowing Yi Fan to understand many things. Lord, you must not comprehend the Tao here. Our ancestors have passed down that many cultivators have died here. Nowadays, no one dares to come here. There was nothing strange about mortals living here, but once a powerful cultivator came here to comprehend the Tao, a calamity would befall them and they would mysteriously pass away. These locust trees have grown for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. They don't grow, nor do they die. Year after year, they haven't changed at all. When he heard this news, Yi Fan was shocked. According to what the villagers said, these ancient trees had existed since ancient times, and they had always been like this. However, they had never become spirits. Since then, Yi Fan would come here every day to walk around and understand a lot of things. At this point, sitting in seclusion didn't have much effect. Now, he would go out and look at the gurgling spring and the falling leaves. It was easier for him to comprehend the Tao. After half a month, everyone in Lu City knew that this lord had nothing to do. He spent all his time sightseeing and not doing proper work. Fortunately, he was generous to others and didn't put on airs. He wouldn't punish anyone. And the villagers became more and more familiar with him. Many children with runny noses were no longer afraid of him and liked to run behind him. This was because every time Yi Fan came, he would bring some candies. Dog 2's snot-nosed child, why are you crying? Yi Fan saw a child who liked to follow behind and ask for candies. His face was covered in tears and snot. Dog 2's uncle was beaten up in the fields and lost a lot of blood. He can't be happy anymore, and the snot-nosed child is sad. His grandfather went to argue, but he was also beaten up. Even his bones were broken. The other children ran over and talked about what had happened. Big Brother City Lord, quickly go and take a look. Please save them. A little girl cried. These villagers were very simple. Even their names were Dog 2, Big Stone and so on. They said that they were easy to raise. They almost never had any conflicts. How could such a serious thing happen? Yi Fan frowned. Brother City Lord, quickly go and save Dog 2's uncle. Many uncles went to argue with him and lost a lot of blood. Some children ran back crying. Yi Fan didn't put on any airs. He came to this village every day. Many children were very close to him and called him casually. Snot-nosed child, don't cry. I'll go and take a look. Yi Fan strode out of the ancient pagoda forest and walked towards the fields. A group of children followed behind him. In the fields several miles away, the sound of crying could be heard. The snot-nosed child's father was lying on the ground covered in blood. He seemed to be exhaling more than he was inhaling. There was also an old man with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He was sitting on the ground and shaking Dog 2 to wake him up. Many villagers gathered around, but they didn't dare to say anything. Not far away, there were a few people who were incomparably arrogant and didn't care. They were obviously cultivators. There were a few strange beasts in the fields. One of them, a longma, was eating the crops. The cause of the conflict was obvious. The snot-nosed child's father saw that his family was being trampled on and went to argue with them. In the end, it became like this. How can you bully people like this? A villager couldn't help but shout. Isn't it just eating some crops? I already said that I'll give you some money. Don't make a ruckus here. If you disturb the longma, you can't afford to pay with your lives. A person glared at them impatiently. Crops are our lives. You're wasting people. Many villagers were very indignant. How noisy! That person sneered and glanced at the crowd with contempt. Yi Fan could clearly see that those strange beasts were all rare in the world. They were not ordinary beasts. They had already gained intelligence and were probably extremely fast when they ran. Although these people were dressed luxuriously, it was obvious that they were servants responsible for taking care of these strange beasts. It was easy to think that they were related to the geniuses of the Qishir Mansion. The Qishir Mansion was in the Celestial Mountain, not too far from here. Their mounts were taken care of, so it wasn't impossible that they were grazing outside. Soon, a villager confirmed his guess. Sure enough, they were strange beasts from the ancient Celestial Mountain. These people often appeared recently and were very overbearing. Apologize and compensate for the losses, then leave this place immediately. Yi Fan shouted coldly. He squatted down, took out a little heavenly spring and poured it into Dog 2's mouth. He massaged Dog 2's body and brought him back to life. Then he joined the broken bones of the snot baby's grandfather. The old man's hair was white, and tears flowed from his muddy eyes. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He looked very miserable. Yi Fan stood up and said, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Do you really think you're a big shot? One of them sneered, and the others also snorted arrogantly. You're just a group of slaves. How dare you behave atrociously here? Even if your master comes, he won't be able to deal with you. Yi Fan shouted. How dare you control us? Several people's expressions changed. I'm the lord of this place. I'm in charge of everything within a radius of 100 miles. No matter who comes in, they must act according to my rules. Yi Fan said coldly. Ha! A small lord dares to talk big. You've disturbed our strange beasts. Even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough to compensate. One of them laughed. Reckless thing. Yi Fan slapped out with his palm. Although these people were all experts, how could they block it? All of them spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. You dare to treat us like this? Do you know who we are? They put on a brave front. Aren't you just a group of slaves? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize. Yi Fan sneered and said, I'll take this longma. I'll kill it for the villagers and eat its meat. If you're not satisfied, then tell your master to come see me. Chapter 558. Do you know the consequences of doing this? If you dare to touch longma, you will be killed. It is not something a little lord like you can bear. The people on the ground were strong in appearance but weak in reality, and they were intimidating him with a guilty conscience. I'm so scared. Yi Fan walked forward. The crops were knee-high, and they were all tender seedlings, green and lush. A large area was ruined before they could grow. These were the villagers' painstaking efforts. No wonder even the old people were anxious. What do you want to do? Bang. Yi Fan's foot flew out and kicked a person like a sandbag. He flew dozens of meters and fell outside the field. Suddenly, there was a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered. Ah, treating us like this, you are courting disaster. You will not have a good ending. So noisy. Yi Fan glanced at the person he kicked to the side of the road, then continued to walk in the field and came near the others. Don't come over, we will compensate for the damage. These people were all afraid. They were already injured and paralyzed on the ground, unable to dodge at all. What were you doing before? Are you afraid now? Yi Fan was unmoved. He walked forward and raised his foot to kick. His strength was so great that these people were like little chicks. They flew dozens of meters and fell on the dirt road outside the field. Plop, plop. Even though these people were cultivators, they could not move and could not take the initiative to defend themselves. Their eyes rolled back and they screamed again and again. 2 of them even fainted, and the other 4 had their bones broken. They screamed again and again, their bodies spasming and trembling. The villagers were all dumbstruck. This 16 or 17-year-old lord usually looked very bright and sunny, but he had kicked a group of villains into the sky with a single kick, which made them very shocked. Big Brother Lord is so strong. Big Brother Lord took care of the bad people. Don't cry, snotty baby. The group of children all cried out. Their tears had not dried up yet, and they all looked like little kittens. However, they looked very pure, and all emotions were written on their faces, blooming with a unique simplicity. Don't come over. These people were completely terrified. When they saw Yi Fan walk out of the field, they all trembled and tried their best to move back. Bang, bang. Yi Fan raised his leg and kicked wildly. He had no sympathy for these kinds of people. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was as if he was slaughtering chickens and ducks. A few people howled miserably. We'll compensate you. Stop kicking. We'll apologize, please spare our lives. The group of gourds rolled on the ground and shouted with all their might. They were really afraid that Yi Fan would kick them to death. The few of them could see that this young master had no scruples and was even more unreasonable than their master. However, there were 1 or 2 stubborn people among them who were still threatening. You won't have a good ending if you treat us like this. Let alone a little lord like you, even a prince would have to think twice before coming here. You think I'm scared? Without another word, Yi Fan sent out 2 kicks and destroyed the 2 Sea of Reincarnation on the spot. Their divine power turned into nothingness, and their Tao palaces were also shaken to a state of chaos. They could no longer cultivate. This time, everyone's hair stood on end. All of them prostrated on the ground and continuously kowtowed, begging bitterly. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Young master, please be magnanimous and don't bicker with us. A quick-witted person began to kowtow and apologize to the villagers in the field. We're sorry we were wrong. Fellow villagers, please forgive us. Under the deterrence of a little devil king, these people no longer had a trace of arrogance. All of them gave in and begged bitterly, afraid that they would leave their lives here. Yi Fan asked indifferently. These people answered all his questions without daring to hide anything. As expected, they came from the Immortal Mountain and were the genius horse keepers of the Qishir Manor. They were in charge of taking care of the strange beasts. You guys are really impressive. You're just a few horse-rearing slaves, but you dare to act like a tyrant everywhere. Disappear immediately. Yi Fan did not have a good impression of them. With a cold snort, the few of them felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They stumbled and turned to run. I already said, leave that Longma behind. Yi Fan stood outside the field and said calmly. The few of them braced themselves and led the other strange beasts away, leaving the Longma behind. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of angering this fiend again. Fellow villagers, I'll treat everyone to Longma meat tonight. Yi Fan said with a smile. In the distance, the servants staggered and almost fell to the ground. What kind of person was this? Did he really want to eat Longma? That was a precious beast worth tens of thousands of kilograms of origin source. If he really ate it like donkey or horse meat, they would not be able to bear it. What a pervert! The few of them fled without looking back. They did not want to stay even a moment longer. They felt that they had encountered a monster that they could not afford to offend. We can't just let it go like this. Go back and report to the princess. We must chop this bastard lord into pieces. This is definitely not over. He beat us half to death and still wants to eat the princess's Longma. How audacious! He must be tired of living. The few of them secretly swore and ran far away, disappearing into the horizon in the ancient celestial vein. Will there be any problems? In the field, Buttface old father was trembling. He was afraid that he would cause a disaster because of this. His broken bones had been joined back together, but there were still bloodstains on his body. There won't be any problems. At most, they will come for me. Let's go, I'll treat everyone to longma meat. It is very nutritious, Yi Fan said with a smile. In the evening, a few silhouettes broke through the sky. One of them was especially beautiful. In the fiery red sunset, she was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Her long skirt and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her whole body was dyed with a layer of faint golden luster. In the ancient village, a group of children looked up at the sky and all started to shout. Look, it's a fairy! What a beautiful sister! A fairy has descended to the world and has come to our village. A group of children clapped their hands and shouted. The snotty baby even called out to Yi Fan, asking him to come and see together. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect that Princess Yu Dai would come. He hadn't seen her for half a month, and she had become even more beautiful and ethereal. In the sunset, she was no different from a fairy. Her skirt fluttered as she landed on the ground. Beside her were two men and a woman. The men were tall and handsome, and the woman was as beautiful as a flower. They all had extraordinary temperaments. Why did your highness come? Yi Fan asked with a smile. He didn't know the other three people. I came to see if you were used to living here. Princess Yu Dai smiled. A jade hairpin was inserted in her beautiful hair, and the image of a divine phoenix flowed on it. Its brilliance was hazy, and it made her look noble and spirited. I am safe and sound here. Thank you for your concern, princess. Yi Fan smiled. I heard that you kept Princess Chi's longma. Is that true? Yu Dai was the third most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Her eyes were flowing, and she exuded an astonishing charm. That's right. I did keep it. Yi Fan nodded. But Princess Yu Dai asked. Oh, isn't it there? It's the one cooking in that big iron pot. Yi Fan didn't seem to care at all. What? It's in the pot. You're saying that the one cooking in that big iron pot is longma? Princess Yu Dai and the three people beside her were all stunned. They were dumbfounded and couldn't say anything. Especially Princess Yu Dai. Her cherry mouth was wide open, and she had a look of disbelief on her face. Why do you really want to eat longma? They stared at him as if he was a monster. They really didn't know what to say. They had never seen such a person. That was a descendant of a divine beast, longma. It was extremely rare. This guy in front of them had actually cooked it in a big iron pot like he was cooking dog meat. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce person. It made them speechless. This is a great supplement. There's a trace of dragon blood in it. Since you all made it here, you're in luck. Yi Fan smiled. We're not here to eat horse meat. One of the men beside him felt that this guy was too strange. We want to help you return longma and resolve this storm. Otherwise, Princess Chi won't let this matter go after she comes out of seclusion. Princess Yu Dai said. I've already cooked it. At most, I can only send her a bowl of horse meat. Let her have a taste, Yi Fan replied. They really lost to him. I say, brother, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Princess Chi loves that longma the most. If you eat it like this, she'll definitely come after you. Another man beside him said, You can't blame me for this. It's just that they're too cruel. If I don't eat horse meat, it'll be hard to appease the common people. Yi Fan didn't really care. Your Highness, this friend of yours is really strange. The beautiful woman could only comment like this. Immortals, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with the city lord. It's all our fault. But Face limped over, afraid of causing a disaster. This horse has already been stewed. How about I give you my donkey as compensation? Princess Yu Dai and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had already seen the lame old donkey not far away. Using it as compensation for a longma would definitely infuriate Princess Chi to death. Forget it. I don't care about this anymore. The beautiful woman beside him was so angry that she almost laughed. I appreciate your good intentions. Let's not talk about anything else. The longma meat is already cooked. Let's all enjoy it together. Yi Fan invited them warmly. No, let's go, one of the men said. We've already caught up. Let me tell you, this longma is a great supplement. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Fan pulled them back. Beside the ancient pagoda forest, there were some stone tables and stone stools. The villagers had already tidied them up. Big pots and small bowls were served, and the aroma of meat assailed their nostrils. There were also jars of aged wine. In addition to the longma meat, there were more than 10 roast sheep. These were all brought by Yi Fan. Even though the village was small, one longma was not enough for all the villagers. Let's eat dragon meat. A group of children shouted. It was very lively. The other villagers were also very enthusiastic. Come, brother, let me offer you a toast. This is the essence of dragon meat. Come, have a taste. This is the dragon tendon. It can be said to be the essence. Have a taste. Yi Fan offered wine and food, very enthusiastic. The ancient pagoda tree rustled, and the fragrance of wine wafted. The few people were attracted, and unknowingly, they began to eat. Everyone will eat this dragon meat together. When the time comes, please help me out. Yi Fan laughed. The few people immediately felt that something was wrong. One of the men said, I say, Brother Yi, you are too unkind. Treating us to longma meat, are you trying to drag us down with you? How could that be? Am I such an unkind person? Yi Fan said righteously. I just want to entertain you. If there is any news, just let me know. I will be endlessly grateful. The two men were Princess Yu Dai's pursuers, and the woman was her good friend. Although they weren't people like Xiao Mingyuan, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Come, don't be polite. Eat dragon meat and drink wine. There is nothing better in life than this. Yi Fan continuously poured wine for them. I say, Brother Yi, you should be careful. As soon as that Princess Qi comes out of seclusion, she will definitely come to kill you. That's right. She raised this longma herself. She definitely won't let you go. No one can persuade her. The two men were very powerful. One was called Cheng Hui, the other was Zhang Wen, and the woman was Li Xinyue. They explained the situation in detail. You might not know, but many people in the Odd Warrior Manor have heard that our sect has a strange leader. Many people want to see you. That's right. You even tried to eat Princess Qi's dragon horse. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Everyone wants to see who you are. When Yi Fan heard this, he rubbed his chin and said, I've reached a bottleneck recently. I need some battles. It's fine as long as they don't all come. Why do I feel like you're looking forward to it? Princess Yu Dai rolled her eyes at him. Her skin was like fine jade, and her eyes were intoxicating. They are here to kill you. Be careful, Li Xinyue said. Huqing leader, come out and die. Right at this moment, a shout sounded from the distant skies, resounding throughout the desolate hut. The ancient pagoda trees all began to sway with hua-hua sounds. Chapter 559. At this moment, the horizon was completely red. Fiery clouds covered most of the sky, and the ancient village and the locust trees were all inlaid with golden edges. Beside the ancient forest, in front of the stone table, Yi Fan and the others were currently eating dragon meat and drinking wine. When they suddenly heard such a loud shout, they all raised their heads and gazed towards the horizon. A purple cloud covered the sky and covered the earth like a huge wave. It scattered the burning clouds in the sky. A male stood on top of it. He had a medium build, but he gave off a powerful aura as he stared into the ancient village. Scholar City Lord, get your ass up here. The newcomer was quite domineering as he shouted loudly. He had a head of thick purple hair, and his eyes were bright and full of expression like two divine lamps. Yi Fan did not pay him any attention. He called for Princess Yu Dai, Cheng Hui, and the others to drink, filling their cups one after another. Scholar City Lord, come up and accept your death. The purple-haired man's roar shook the mountains, and all the ancient locust trees trembled. Leaves fell, and a powerful fluctuation spread out. Brother Yi, you are really calm. They are here to punish you, so don't be caught unprepared. Zhang Wen put down his cup. Get up here. The purple-haired man stared at Yi Fan and stood on the purple cloud, confirming his identity. Do you need something from me? Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and gazed towards the sky. Hand over Princess Qi's longma, and then tie your hands and feet to beg for forgiveness. The purple-haired man looked down, his gaze like an arrow shooting downwards. There's no way to send the longma back, and it's even more impossible to tie my hands and feet. Yi Fan shook his head. Where is the longma? Hurry up and return it. The purple-haired man's voice was very loud, like a clap of thunder. He was extremely domineering. The longma is here. Yi Fan held the horse bone in his hand. The meat on it had been eaten clean, and he waved it towards the sky. The purple-haired man was furious. He had never seen such a daring person, actually cooking the longma and eating it in front of him. There really aren't any living horses left. Why don't you come down and have a taste and send a bowl back to Commandery Princess Qi? Yi Fan said. I'll kill you. The purple-haired man shouted coldly. He pointed out with his finger, and a purple dragon shot out. It was 100 feet long, and with a roar, it pounced towards Yi Fan. Clang! Yi Fan sat upright on the stone block and raised his wine cup to welcome it. The purple dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but he forcefully restrained it. It transformed into a streak of light and entered the wine cup. Good move. At the side, Li Xinyue was astonished. The 100-zhang-long dragon was reduced to half an inch long by Yi Fan and then absorbed into the wine cup. This kind of technique could not be performed by ordinary people. Thank you for sending me so much essence qi. This wine is tasteless, so I can make it stronger. Yi Fan smiled. His finger emitted rays of light and refined the dragon qi on the spot, turning it into a wisp of innate essence qi. The wine cup overflowed with purple mist. He raised the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He laughed loudly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Yi Fan held the wine jar and filled the porcelain cup with wine. He raised it high into the sky and turned it into a bright moon cup, striking towards the purple-haired man. Humph! A cold snort came from the sky. A purple dragon claw reached out and covered the wine cup, wanting to snatch it into its palm. However, at this moment, the wine cup shone brilliantly like a rising moon. It shook off the dragon claw and shot out tens of thousands of sword radiance. The wine cup turned into 10,000 drops and turned into 10,000 innate sword qis. They rampaged and scattered the purple clouds. Brilliant light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. The purple-haired man was shocked. His palm and fingers shook repeatedly and finally dissolved the soaring sword radiance. With a paw sound, the wine cup shattered and turned into fine powder. However, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. You do have some skill. Do you still want to behave atrociously in my territory? If there's nothing else, leave immediately, Yi Fan replied. A little lord also dares to act like this. Today, I will capture you and bring you to Princess Qi to kowtow and admit your guilt. The purple-haired man shouted. He reached out a large purple hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was like a great mountain, releasing rumbling noises, shaking up the heavens and earth until even the heavens and earth were trembling. Yi Fan did not get up and continued to sit in front of the stone table. He raised his hand and met the attack. With a loud sound, the purple clouds in the sky dispersed as if a great mountain had collapsed. The purple-haired man flew back several hundred zhang. He was shocked. If he did not retreat urgently, his palm and fingers might have been crippled. His face immediately became gloomy. I've already said what I wanted to say. If I don't capture you and bring you back, what face will I have left? I will make you kneel in front of the princess and admit your guilt. The purple-haired man was ruthless. He spread out his large sleeve and covered the sky and earth as it swept over. Not good, this is the heaven and earth in the sleeve, the supreme art of the southern mountains. Princess Yudai reminded softly. Many people knew this kind of secret technique, but only a few ancient families of the southern mountains had a flawless method. Once it was used, heaven and earth could be swallowed, and it was truly incomparably terrifying. Phew, violent winds blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The distant mountain peaks were even shaved off and disappeared into the large sleeve that covered the sky. There was nothing it couldn't swallow, and it was like a world-destroying black hole. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was indeed a supreme secret technique that was going to suck in the entire village. He soared into the sky and took the initiative to meet the enemy head-on. Just a little lord. With just a few tricks, you dare to provoke the heroes of the extraordinary warrior manner. I'll take care of you. The purple-haired man sneered and waved his large sleeve. There was a hazy mist there, and there were actually strands of chaotic light flickering. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The space inside was vast and boundless, without end. Yi Fan soared into the sky, wanting to evade, but he was pulled by a heaven-overflowing force into the large sleeve. He had no way of breaking free. As expected of the Southern Mountains' divine technique. It's too terrifying, swallowing all things. Below, Cheng Hui sighed in admiration. This kind of technique is difficult to deal with for those at the same level. They will be ruthlessly suppressed, and they will naturally be in an invincible position. Li Xinyue also sighed lightly. The void erupted. That enormous sleeve covered the heavens, covering all living things. Yi Fan was forcefully sucked inside, and he immediately disappeared without a trace. Big Brother City Lord, hurry and release Big Brother City Lord. Within the ancient village, a group of children were so scared that they cried and screamed. Brother, I hope you will be lenient and not harm his life. Below, Cheng Hui transmitted sound. He's just a little lord who thinks he has some divine abilities. Now that he is kowtowing and admitting his guilt, it will be hard for him to live. The purple-haired man sneered. What do I have to do to let him go? Princess Yudai's eyes were like water, and her jade face was radiant. Her long skirt fluttered as she rose with the wind, appearing otherworldly. When the purple-haired man saw her beauty, he couldn't help but be startled. He had seen Princess Yudai in the unique scholar manner, but he didn't know her identity. Let him kneel in front of the unique scholar manner for 3 days and 3 nights, and maybe I can spare his life. You really are boasting shamelessly. Suddenly Yi Fan's cold voice came from the large sleeve. Do you still want to come out after entering my sleeve? The universe within the sleeve is a space of its own, and I can refine you cleanly in an hour. The purple-haired man sneered. The large sleeve erupted as if the world was collapsing. It emitted a heart-palpitating aura as it expanded continuously. I originally wanted to make you kneel in front of the unique scholar manner, but now it seems I'll just directly refine you. The purple-haired man was ruthless. His entire right arm was shining, and the sleeve was like a great furnace, emitting endless radiance. However, something shocking happened. His sleeves swelled up, continuously emitting explosive sounds. The surrounding void was rapidly collapsing. What kind of power is this? Cheng Hui was shocked. Shattering the void, destroying all living things. This kind of power is too terrifying. Even the universe within the sleeve can't withstand it. Zhang Wen was also shocked. With a loud sound, the sleeve collapsed. Yi Fan rushed out like a demonic god, and his palm split the void, sending the purple-haired man flying. The purple-haired man was horrified. The universe within the sleeve was a supreme sacred technique that had never failed before, but it was actually broken by someone. His entire body was split open, and his soul was about to scatter. How terrifying was this power? The people present all felt that this was inconceivable. The sleeve had evolved into a world, and if one was truly trapped, not many in the same generation could escape. Extreme strength. Yi Fan's battle prowess shocked them, and he actually managed to fight it out. Even Princess Yudai's small cherry mouth was wide open, and her beautiful eyes were suffused with extraordinary splendor. You still want me to kneel in front of the unique scholar manor? You can kneel outside the ancient village for a few days. Yi Fan used the row technique, and his speed was unparalleled. He rushed over in an instant, and a fist smashed into the ground. Pooh! The purple-haired man spat out blood and fell to the ground like a wooden stake. His body was split open in many places, and blood was flowing out. Pooh! Yi Fan descended and kicked him flying. The purple-haired man's body almost fell apart. The moment the universe within the sleeve collapsed, his vitality was greatly injured, and he lost the ability to resist. I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel outside the ancient village for 3 days and 3 nights. Didn't you want me to do this in the unique scholar manner? You can demonstrate. Ah! The purple-haired man screamed and struggled violently. Even his eyebrows were standing on end. Brother Yi, forget it. Let him go. Princess Yudai went up to persuade him. She was afraid that things would get out of hand. Cheng Hui, Zhang Wen, and Li Xinyue also went up to persuade him to avoid an even greater disturbance. All right then, let him kneel for a night. Yi Fan sealed the purple-haired man, kicked him to the village entrance, and no longer paid him any attention. Do you really want to be a lord here for a long time? Princess Yudai said. Just like the other 3, she was almost speechless. That night, in the depths of the Immortal Mountain, a few people learned of this news. They began to discuss it in a small area. If not for the unique scholar manners rule that no one could come out as they pleased, there would definitely be many people who came to watch. Did you guys hear? Princess Chi's Longmo was eaten by someone. One of the flower protectors was indignant and went to argue, but he was punished to kneel outside an ancient village. I heard about it a long time ago. That really is a top-quality lord. He even dared to do this kind of thing. It really makes people's jaws drop. On the second day, the number of people who heard the news increased. They were all shocked and they were all discussing it. This little lord is too awesome. He dared to do things like this. It really makes people speechless. Princess Chi still hasn't come out of seclusion. Otherwise, she would definitely go and fight with her life on the line. Let's wait and see. There will definitely be more flower protectors heading over in the next 2 days. It's a pity we can't go out right now, or else we would definitely see this lord with our own eyes. In the following days, Yi Fan fought with people one after another. A total of 6 flower protectors came to find trouble with him, wanting to suppress him and bring him into the unique scholar manner. These were not ordinary people, but the peak experts of the 5 great regions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the unique scholar manner that only opened once every 10,000 years. They all had such powerful battle prowess. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by Yi Fan one after another. This gave rise to a heated discussion in the unique scholar manner. By now, there were already many people who knew that there was a very awesome and unique lord outside the Immortal Mountain. The 6 experts all knelt in the desolate hut for a night. They all returned with heavy injuries, and 3 of them rode their mounts away. In the end, a peacock, a golden divine hoe, and a colored one didn't return. They were all cooked and eaten. F*CK, that lord is really top quality. He ate another 3 spirit beasts. Where did this guy come from? 6 experts were all defeated by him. Not to mention kneeling for a night, even their mounts were eaten by him. What kind of person is this? Within the unique scholar manner, more than half of the people knew about this matter. It gave rise to a huge commotion, and many people were discussing it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was very difficult to leave the unique scholar manner, there would definitely be a large number of people coming to watch this awesome lord. Even many beautiful women were curious and wanted to see what was going on. Just now, the 7th person was defeated. His purple qilin was unsurprisingly stewed in the iron pot of that top-quality lord. Everyone felt dizzy, and they wished they could immediately run out to take a closer look. That guy is now addicted to eating spirit beasts. I heard that he specially made a big bow and wandered around his territory all day long. He said that there are many strange beasts here, so he can hunt them for a sumptuous meal. When this news spread, many people were stupefied. They all wanted to see what kind of lord this was. The most awesome lord in history, it really makes people speechless. Everyone could only sigh like this. Princess Chi has come out of seclusion. That day, this news spread, and everyone became excited. Everyone knew that the appearance of the main character would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even if she has to face punishment, she still wants to leave the unique scholar manor to watch the battle. Many people said like this. Chapter 560. Everyone in Hut City knew that the city lord had been neglecting his proper duties. Recently, he had made a huge bow and started hunting in his own territory. Do we have any prey here? I don't think so. The surrounding 100 li is very barren. There are no large beasts at all. At most, there are a few rabbits. The people in the city were all astonished. They did not know why he was doing this, but after a few days, they were all dumbfounded. Heavens, is this the prey the city lord hunted? It's like a mountain, and it seems to be a hoe. Everyone felt dizzy. Hunting a legendary rare beast in this barren land was like a fantasy story, leaving everyone dumbstruck. In the desolate hut, the villagers had been eating wild animals recently. Many of them were not able to withstand the nourishment because the beasts were too precious. They were all priceless treasures. Flood dragon skin, hoe skin, luan feathers and other things were drying on top of the ancient locust tree. They were extremely eye-catching, flickering with multicolored light. Yi Fan had already defeated many experts in a row. Some of them had extraordinary cultivation bases and endless strange techniques, which gave him a lot of inspiration. He had gained a lot from the continuous battles, and he might be able to break into the dragon transformation's secret realm at any time. During these days, he often meditated outside the ancient locust tree forest. He had sensed a special aura, but he could not grasp it. This was the place where the ancient emperors built their hut in their later years. Since ancient times, no one had been able to explain the mysteries behind it. Many lords had passed away here. Yi Fan had once carefully comprehended in the forest, but he sensed a trace of danger and did not dare to continue. That was why he came out of the forest. He did not want to pass away for no reason. He can come out. On this day, a light shout came from outside the desolate hut. Clouds filled the sky, and figures could be seen in the direction of the immortal mountain. It was unknown how many experts had come, but they were all heroes of the 5 great regions. Such a large group of people all had their own extraordinary experiences. Every one of them was a legend of their own. It was not easy to gather them together. At this moment, more than 150 people had come to the desolate hut, forming a powerful pressure. Waves of immortal mist rose and the clouds rolled. It was as if heavenly soldiers had descended. Yizhou Tian, come out. One of the women's voice was cold. Her voice was beautiful, but it was cold. Big Brother City Lord has returned to the city. He's not here. The snotty baby rubbed his nose and shouted towards the sky in a simple and honest manner. You guys rode so many spirit beasts here, we're already sick of eating them. Glutton. One of Princess Chi's servants snorted coldly. Go. Princess Chi flung her immortal clothes and flew towards Hut City on a 5-colored cloud. The people behind her all followed from afar. They had specially come to watch the battle. This was because once Princess Chi came out of her seclusion, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Not only was she as beautiful as a fairy, but she was also a hot pepper that could topple nations. She was also a hot pepper when she had nothing to do, not to mention that her beloved Longma had been eaten. Outside Hut City, clouds of all colors floated over and landed outside the city. The light mist was dense, as if the gates of heaven had been opened. City Lord, something bad has happened. A lot of immortals have come. Many people lost their heads out of fear and ran over to report. Yi Fan heard this, took the bow from the wall, put on his quiver, and walked out with large strides. City Lord, what are you doing? Why aren't you running? I'm hunting. I'm treating you to meat. Yi Fan replied. Yizhou Tian, come out. Princess Chi shouted. Her voice was clear like pearls falling on a jade plate, but there was a murderous intent pervading the air. After coming out, Yi Fan was also stunned. So many people had come. Wasn't it impossible to enter and leave the Qishir residence as they pleased? If these 150 people attacked together, even a few powerful existences would have to run. These weren't ordinary experts, they were all future kings of various regions, the elites of the 5 great regions. Return our Longma. A servant shouted, full of confidence. Now that his master was here, he was no longer afraid. Are you guys causing trouble in my territory again? Asked Yi Fan. He had nothing to fear. At worst, he could just leave. If he wanted to comprehend in the desolate hut, he could come back at any time. In front of him was a dense mass of people, but most of them were here to watch. At this time, many of them were muttering. This lord isn't that old, but he actually defeated so many experts in a row. What a freak. Why didn't he enter the Qishir residence? I'm here to watch on behalf of the Eastern Wasteland cultivators. A loud voice came from behind. Yi Fan found the voice familiar. He suddenly remembered that it was Jiang Huairan. He didn't expect them to really sneak in. It would have been very difficult based on cultivation, but they had succeeded. I'm here to watch on behalf of the Southern Mountains cultivators. Someone else jeered. This time, Yi Fan stared closely and saw a white fatty. He didn't recognize him, but his intuition told him that he was familiar. He quietly activated his divine eye and was immediately startled. That damn Duanda. Yi Fan would never have guessed that the heartless Taoist would sneak into the Qishir residence. He was glistening and chubby, looking very different from before. I'm here to watch on behalf of the Western Desert's beautiful bodhisattvas. Duanda changed his position and transmitted his voice. However, Yi Fan could see everything clearly. This bastard is definitely an old man, but he's still pretending to be young. He's definitely up to no good. Yi Fan, the princess is talking to you. Did you hear her? At this time, a servant shouted at Yi Fan. Speak, what do you want? Yi Fan asked indifferently. Return the princess, Longma. If you can't do it, then we'll bury you alive. After arriving, Princess Qi didn't say anything. It was her servants who were shouting. Let's go and find a hole. Yi Fan flew into the wilderness. You sure have foresight. You're digging a hole for yourself. You even dare to eat the Princess Longma. You really don't want to live anymore. Someone mocked. You're wrong. What I meant was, I'll bury you all alive. Yi Fan said with a smile. He didn't even look back as he continued to charge forward. This awesome leader is really calm. He doesn't even care that they've come knocking on his door. Let's go and see how strong he really is. The spectators discussed curiously. There were even quite a few female cultivators who wanted to see what was going on. The surrounding area was barren. Although it wasn't barren land, there were no spirit veins. There were barren mountains everywhere, and there weren't even any proper fruit trees. Instead, there were only thistles and thorns. Everyone rode on a cloud and stopped above a barren mountain range. Princess Qi walked out and looked around. This was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. She could be said to be a beauty that could bring calamity to countries and people. No wonder there are so many flower protectors. The real master hasn't come out of seclusion yet, so they're all rushing to stand up for her. Yi Fan finally understood. This was a beauty that could cause even kings in the mortal world to abandon their country. She was about 18 or 19 years old. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, and her skin was white and tender. Her lips and teeth were sparkling and translucent, and her hair was jet black like water. She wore a golden ornament that trembled with every step she took. The pearls and jades intertwined with golden light, and the tassels fluttered. It was you who ate my Longma? Princess Qi frowned and gritted her teeth. A bit of coldness flowed through her rainbow-like eyes. Tell me, what do you want? You guys always come to my territory to cause trouble. I've had enough of it. Yi Fan was very impatient. A hint of anger appeared on Princess Qi's jade-like face that could bring calamity to the world. However, it quickly turned into a spring breeze and she smiled. You're very good. You ate my Longma and yet you're still so confident. I'll take you down today and you'll be my chariot from now on. You want me to be your Longma? Yi Fan glanced at this troublemaker. You're not stupid after all. That's exactly what I mean. Princess Qi's smile was very moving. Her eyes were full of spirit and beauty, causing the colors of the flowers to dim. That's not very fair. Why don't we have a gentleman's agreement? Yi Fan crossed his arms and spoke. It was almost as if he was flirting with her as he looked her up and down. What agreement? Princess Qi glanced at him and was very vigilant. Let's have a fair battle. If I lose, I'll be your chariot. If you lose, you'll be my spiritual beast. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spoke. Rogue. Princess Qi's jade-like face was flushed red. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and her large, poetic eyes were filled with anger. Wow! Behind them, everyone was in an uproar. This lord was indeed very daring. Did he want Princess Qi to be his mount? I say, where did this little lord come from? Did he eat an immortal's gall? He's so close to the Cheshire Manor, yet he doesn't keep a low profile at all. He dares to act so unscrupulously. Isn't he afraid that the chili core will destroy him? Did I hear wrongly? This brat is really ferocious. Behind them, the group of onlookers was first dumbfounded. Then they started to discuss. Princess Chi's ruthlessness was well known. Not many people dared to go against her. What rogue? Isn't this very fair? If I lose, I'll be your Longma. If you lose, you'll be my spiritual beast. What's wrong with that? Go to hell. Princess Chi was infuriated. Petals fluttered about in the sky. They were sparkling and translucent, and the endless fragrance intoxicated everyone to their bones. Everyone felt relaxed and at ease. However, this beautiful immortal land contained boundless killing intent. Every flower petal could kill. Small worlds opened up one after another, appearing in the void. 3,000 small worlds. It's actually such an ancient secret art. Wasn't it lost long ago? How did it appear in the world again? This is the Southern Mountains' unrivaled secret art. It possesses peerless might. It's said that this was created by the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor. This ancient secret art still has a continuation. It can evolve into 3,000 large worlds and transform the heavens for one's own use. Yi Fan heard their discussion and felt a headache. According to Princess Yu Dai, the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor was a ruthless person from the eastern wastelands. He had too few secret arts passed down in the world. However, every one of them was a peerless saint art that was difficult to break. Who would have thought that this Princess Chi had grasped one of them? It seemed like it had reached perfection. You want to fight against me? If you lose, are you willing to accept the bet? Yi Fan dodged and shouted loudly, disturbing her mind. Princess Chi's long skirt danced about. Petals fell like rain, covering the sky. Her body was at the center, pure and otherworldly. Her white hands moved about, and every immortal flower was evolving. Bow, one flower, one world. 3,000 immortal flowers evolved into 3,000 small worlds, making this place seem like a dream and difficult to distinguish. Yi Fan smashed his fists out, traveling through the small worlds, wanting to kill his way over. However, one flower was destroyed, and another rose. The world continuously changed. The Southern Mountains' celestial emperor is indeed unrivaled since ancient times. Every single saint art he created is peerless. Everyone was stunned. This kind of method placed him in an undefeatable position. He isolated himself from the enemy and used the power of the heavens to suppress the enemy. However, everyone was also shocked, because Yi Fan's combat strength was terrifying. He actually destroyed a small world with a single fist. He walked in the void like an ancient war god, advancing courageously towards Princess Chi. Your actions are futile. Princess Chi's smile could topple countries. Her hair fluttered about, and her eyes flowed with brilliance. She was truly a source of calamity. The flowers bloomed and the small worlds were destroyed. They evolved again, becoming even more perfect and sturdy. They transformed into the heavens, suppressing Yi Fan within. Do you dare to bet? Yi Fan provoked. Fine, if you lose, you will become my Longma and die. Princess Chi's smile was intoxicating to the bone. Her white wrists moved, and her pure white jade-like arms shone brightly. Her slender legs were faintly discernible within her dress as she danced about. The peerless beauty danced in the heavens. The sky was filled with sparkling flowers that blossomed into small worlds. A dreamy voice sounded from her mouth. One flower, one world, one grass, one heaven. Yi Fan advanced, fighting against Princess Chi. He resisted the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor's inherited saint art. His strength was extreme, destroying everything in his way. Chapter 561. One flower, one world, one grass, one heaven. Among the endless sparkling petals, there were more than 3,000 divine flowers that were the most beautiful. Princess Chi's devastatingly beautiful appearance stood at the center, smiling while holding a flower. Her hair was jet black, her skin was snow white, and her eyes were intelligent. Her beauty was intoxicating. The 3,000 small worlds were like wheels that revolved around her. She was like a female immortal monarch that stood proudly in the center, overlooking all living things. With a thought, a world flower bloomed, turning into a small world. It swallowed Yi Fan, wanting to seal him inside. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw a few strands of primal chaos mist curling up. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. This was the evolution of a perfect small world. One flower bloomed into a world. It was so beautiful, but it was also so terrifying. And this was only one of the 3,000. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was serious. He activated his unparalleled holy body and faced the battle seriously. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. This kind of unparalleled holy technique was world-shocking, and even he felt a sense of danger. Bang! Yi Fan moved, turning into a strand of light that passed through, covering up the golden light. His palm blossomed with a clear splendor as it slammed down like a heavenly monument. A monument suppressing the world. Boom! Heaven overflowing divine power shook, and the flowers bloomed brilliantly. The brilliance of the world was displayed to the extreme at this moment. The primal chaos mist rushed out, and each strand could destroy a barbaric dragon. Dang, ding! Yi Fan bare-handedly split the sky, clashing with the world of divine flowers and the primal chaos mist. Blinding light burst out. This was a holy physique. If it was someone else, it would be difficult to endure. This kind of small world's power could destroy any divine weapon, but Yi Fan received it all. Princess Qi smiled, and for a moment, all the flower petals were no longer beautiful. Her black hair swayed gently, and her jade-like arms spread out. She was ethereal and natural, as beautiful as an immortal. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and there was a great Tao charm about her. Bow, bow! At this moment, hundreds and thousands of divine flowers bloomed, forming small worlds at the same time. This kind of power erupted, and even Yi Fan felt his scalp go numb. The unparalleled saint technique was truly shocking. He couldn't help but sigh with admiration in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Ruthless was the greatest throughout the ages, and the secret techniques he left behind in the world were merely limited, but every single one of them gave him a headache. Previously, there was Hua Yunfei. Now there was Princess Qi. He had already acutely discovered that although the 3,000 small worlds and the flower blooming with a thought, the sovereign descends to the world were different, they had a similar charm. Could it be that Merciless had really transformed into the Southern Mountains Celestial the Arch? How many sacred arts did he leave behind in the Southern Mountains? If this was the case, then the ancient heavenly emperor truly left everyone shocked. His or her life was full of legends. As an emperor in the 5 great regions, just how many eras did he or she live? Yi Fan didn't believe in karma. But now, he discovered that he kept encountering ruthless great emperor, and this made him feel a little apprehensive. Pop, pop, the divine flower blossomed again and again. Hundreds to over 1,000 small worlds surrounded Yi Fan. The heavens trembled at the same time. There was actually world divine sound that penetrated downwards, blasting Yi Fan until he was greatly shaken. This is foreign divine sound? Yi Fan was greatly astonished. He felt like the sound of other worlds had flown over from beyond the heavens. One world after another was suppressing him. The heavens gathered together and immortal kings descended to the mortal world, wanting to obliterate him. At this moment he was in a rare moment of peace. It was as if he was standing in a world of nothingness, allowing the wild geese to fly south. Time elapsed and the world grew old. His hands formed seals and struck out in all directions with an unchanging rhythm. He was immersed in a kind of Tao state. He used the battle saint technique to evolve his own Tao. He was inactive and tranquil. Nothing from the outside could move his heart. He was the only existence between heaven and earth. Pop, pop. His palm and the world were all shattered into pieces. They turned into fragmented divine flowers that danced in the air. These were not the small worlds that had evolved in the beginning. These were small worlds that were approaching perfection. Although they weren't large, they possessed a trace of heaven-opening power and were abnormally terrifying. If Yi Fan hadn't advanced to this state, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. Unless he displayed all kinds of ultimate arts to the extreme and fought with his life on the line. However, it was different now. He was in a state of tranquility and comprehended the Tao in this life and death battle. Yi Fan didn't deliberately do anything and only attacked based on his instincts. He continuously deduced a type of great Tao, and his heart moved as he struck out without feeling anything. The spectators were astonished. No one understood better than them how terrifying those small worlds were after they approached perfection. It was enough to suppress the majority of the people here. Bang! Only after Yi Fan shattered the 1,000th small world did he recover. His divine sense appeared in the real world and was no longer immersed in his own Tao state. Princess Qi stood alone in the center of the arena. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were beautiful. Her cheeks were like white jade, and her lips were bright red. When combined together, she was surrounded by divine flowers. It was as if she was standing on top of the immortal world. You do have some methods that exceeded my expectations. Although she was smiling and was even more beautiful than a flower, she was incomparably serious. She knew that she had encountered a great enemy. Yi Fan also didn't expect this. He originally thought that this calamitous hot pepper was only arrogant. He didn't expect her to be so powerful that even the saint children could only concede defeat. More importantly, this calamitous hot pepper was only at the second transformation of the dragon transformation, yet she was able to display such battle prowess. One had to know that he didn't feel any pressure when fighting against someone at the 6th transformation. If you lose, you really have to become my Longma. Princess Qi smiled like a flower and was extremely confident. If you lose, will you become my spiritual beast? Yi Fan's sharp senses caught onto a loophole. From the beginning to the end, this calamitous hot pepper didn't say what would happen if she lost. Boom! Princess Qi was like an immortal spirit. With a single thought, flowers bloomed. At this moment, all the immortal flowers bloomed. Resplendent and eternal, they became a dazzling color in the world that wouldn't fade. 3,000 divine flowers bloomed at the same time. Dense primal chaos surged, and the aura of creation was incomparably dense. Different from the beginning, this was the birth of a true small world. Each small world overflowed with a few strands of primal chaos, and when they converged together, it was already terrifying enough. Qi Hushui's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her jade-like arms were pure white and translucent, her waist was slender, and her pair of jade-like legs were perfectly straight. She danced with the heavenly wind, and divine splendor blossomed. At this moment, she was truly like a female immortal monarch standing at the center of the world. With a single thought, the heavens trembled and moved according to her command. The rotation of 3,000 small worlds was an extremely terrifying offensive saint technique. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's saint physique couldn't endure it. He fiercely resisted. He put away his contempt. The extraordinary warrior manner had gathered the talents of the 5 great regions, and there were all kinds of experts. Those people he had defeated before couldn't be considered anything, and they were definitely not outstanding people. But now, even Princess Qi was already like this. One could well imagine how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers were in the extraordinary warrior manner. He clearly knew that there were definitely heaven-defying monsters inside. As for how powerful they were exactly, it was impossible to guess. Yi Fan did his best to fight against Princess Qi. He was surrounded by 3,000 small worlds and became the only point of attack between heaven and earth. Bang, bang. He retreated from the state of Tao comprehension just now, but he still remembered that feeling. He moved freely and continuously used the battle saint technique to defend against these small worlds. However, the most terrifying thing was that within these 3,000 small worlds, the primal chaos transformed into a sword that hacked down from time to time. This was not an illusory sword, but a true primal chaos sword. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan didn't dare to rashly face it head-on. Every time, his attacks would land on the back of the sword. Truly abnormal. Yi Fan cursed. The opponent's saint technique was too powerful. Forget about the 3,000 small worlds, There was even a primal chaos sword that contained the power of the world. If it was someone else instead of him, they would have already been killed a long time ago. Even so, he still felt the pressure. It was said that beauty and strength were inversely proportional, but this troublemaker was not one of them. Ding, ding. Yi Fan's divine fists were invincible. He displayed all his strength, forcefully resisting the small worlds and the primal chaos sword, causing the power of the heavens to continuously collapse and tremble. The only thing that comforted him was that the battle saint technique was unparalleled. As long as he could comprehend the Tao, he could constantly evolve it and create even more powerful killing techniques. The battle symbol formula was endless, but everything depended on the user's own comprehension. Even if two people were to learn the battle symbol formula at the same time, their final results would be completely different. What kind of power this saint technique could display was completely dependent on their own comprehension. This was a door that connected to a different world. This was a supreme saint technique that probed the origin of battle. Only the strongest could walk towards and touch the ultimate realm. It would take a lifetime to study and comprehend. The more Yi Fan practiced the battle saint technique, the more he felt it. He displayed all the comprehensions he had in the Tao realm to the fullest, constantly shattering the small worlds. At the same time, he had exchanged countless blows with the primal chaos sword. Although he did not come into contact with the blade, it was enough to shock many people in the unique warrior manner. Yi Fan and Princess Qi fought from noon until the sun was about to set. They had fought for 2,000 rounds, and it could be considered a bitter battle. At this point, the expressions in many people's eyes changed. Before entering the unique warrior manner, they all knew that Princess Qi was a beauty that could bring about the downfall of a nation and cause suffering to the people. However, no one knew that she was so powerful that she could even cultivate a saint technique from the Southern Mountains' heavenly emperor. This shocked everyone. Moreover, people were quite curious about Yi Fan. He was indeed worthy of being the most powerful lord in the history of this wasteland. He was actually locked in a stalemate with such a heavenly beauty. Interesting. A tall man muttered to himself with his hands behind his back as he stared at the two people in the field. Beside him, the others were all aghast. They didn't know when he arrived and couldn't help but retreat. That was because they had already recognized that this was a monster. After the unique warrior manor closed their doors, he was the last one to arrive. He injured the gatekeeper at the 9th transformation with one strike and was chosen by the unique warrior manor as an exception. So powerful. In the distance, a little child that looked no older than 8 or 9 years old was standing quietly at the side. He was plump and fair with a ponytail that pointed upwards. This was a little monster at the age of 9, yet he had eliminated many people and successfully entered the unique warrior manor. His future achievements were limitless. On the other side, a man was silent with disheveled hair and half of his face covered. He looked mysterious and indifferent. Everyone retreated to create a space for him. Everyone had a deep impression of him. This was a heaven-defying monster. When the unique warrior manor opened, he arrived on the second day and killed a king physique with a single slap. This shocked several powerhouses in the manor to come see him in person. On the other side, there was a barbarian dressed in beast skin. He carried a wolf-tooth club and was smiling foolishly. He looked harmless, but it also made people's hair stand on end. This person only arrived after the unique warrior manor closed and used his barbaric holy force to shatter a powerhouse's palm. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. These few people were not the only monsters in the unique warrior manor. There were also those arrogant characters who entered the manor through tribulation. A portion of the monsters also came to watch the battle, which shocked many people. It's time to end this. When the battle reached 2,500 moves, the sunset dyed the sky red. Qi Huishui let out a light shout and decided to end the battle. An endless rain of flowers sprinkled down. Qi Huishui's entire body was sparkling and translucent like a fairy. She stretched out her body and was perfect to the extreme. The 3,000 small worlds once again turned into a brilliant divine flower and revolved around her. She was flawless and a mark blossomed between her brows. Splendid light shot out in all directions. She held the primal chaos sword in her hand and looked down on the world. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was shocked at the rapid increase in Qi Huashui's aura, and even more shocked at the terror of this holy technique. From this, he caught a glimpse of ruthless celestial emperor's past glory. Could it be that with a single thought, the 3,000 great worlds would all listen to his command? And it must be known that this was only one of his unparalleled holy techniques. Only heaven knew what kind of world-shaking absolute arts the other secret tomes had. Kill! Qi Huashui, a woman who could turn all living things upside down, spat out such a word from her cherry lips. She had a different kind of charm to her. Her killing intent was like a ray of light and was incomparably terrifying. Boom! The 3,000 divine flowers bloomed and combined into one, transforming into a single small world. At the same time, the mark between her brows rushed out and shot into the small world. The flowers opened and the world opened. There was no way, no thought, no spirit. Yi Fan was unknowingly sucked in an instant. In this small world, heaven and earth were silent and the rain of flowers stopped. Everything was fixed in midair. Only he and Qi Huashui stood facing each other. Without a doubt, Qi Huashui was the ruler of this world. With a single thought, she could control everything and control the cycle of life and death. This is a true and perfect small world that I control. In this place I am a god. If you lose, you have to become my Longma. Qi Huashui smiled. She was exceptionally beautiful and moving. With the primal chaos sword in her hand, her style was peerless. Then if you lose, will you become my spirit beast? Yi Fan looked at her from the corner of his eyes. With just this one sentence, Qi Huashui's expression immediately sank. She raised her sword and chopped down. The small world that had been imprisoned was instantly revived, and all the divine power was at her disposal. Yi Fan also moved. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme realm. There was no way for him to hold back. He discovered that every time he encountered anything related to ruthless, he would feel a great threat. Boom! Yi Fan executed the battle saint technique and bombarded this small world, wanting to destroy it. At the same time, he executed the Rho formula and attacked Qi Huashui as fast as a ray of light. This was a world-shaking battle, but it was a pity that the people in the outside world could not see it. This was an independent small world that was isolated from everything. Heavenly stillness! Qi Huashui lightly shouted. She wanted to freeze everything in this world and stop time and space. However, Yi Fan secretly unleashed all of his visions. Although they did not appear, their effects were invisibly manifested, and it was impossible to stop her. The primal chaos sword slashed over. This was the most terrifying attack in this small world. Yi Fan only struck the side of her body every time and did not attack with full force. Heavenly Dao suppression. Qi Huashui shouted again. You can't suppress me. Yi Fan let out a long roar. His body moved, and all kinds of absolute arts were unleashed to bombard the small world. Boom! The secret of all was activated, and his battle prowess increased by 10 times. He finally broke open the cage of this small world. At the same time, he executed the Rho formula and executed the battle saint technique. He was like a deity that emitted precious splendor as he rushed over. Peng! Yi Fan continuously clashed with the primal chaos sword, and after clashing head-on, he finally managed to send it flying. The small world collapsed, and he was like a ray of immortal light as he wreaked havoc in all directions. Boom! In the outside world, everyone was shocked. That small world collapsed, and 2 figures rushed out one after the other. Swoosh! However, they immediately merged into one. Yi Fan had captured Qi Huashui. One of his hands was wrapped around her slender waist, while the other was pressed against her snow-white and beautiful swan-like neck. Chapter 562. Yi Fan's left hand wrapped around her small waist, and his right hand pressed against her sparkling white and beautiful neck. With just a light slash, a perfect head would fall off. At this moment, even the sounds of falling leaves could be heard. The world was extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at them, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Princess Qi had just displayed an unmatched divine technique, stunning the world and extraordinary. How many people dared to face her head-on? However, she was defeated, and moreover completely captured. Princess Chi's face was red. She was so angry that her immortal body was trembling slightly, but she couldn't say anything. With the appearance of the 3,000 small worlds, who could contend against her? She was invincible in the Southern Mountains range, yet she was defeated in the hands of an unknown little suzerain. She was angry and vexed. You've lost. Are you willing to admit your defeat? Yi Fan captured her. The two were so close, and her fragrance could be smelled. Her beautiful hair fluttered about, touching his nose. It was extremely ticklish. Princess Chi could be called a calamity because she was naturally soft and beautiful. The jade hairpin on her head had long tassels hanging down, and the pearls and jade intertwined with gold, flowing with brilliant colors. A single frown or smile could bring chaos to the world. This jade body was trembling from anger. Her ivory-like skin flickered with luster, and her body fragrance wafted over. She wanted to struggle, but she was afraid that her beautiful head would fall to the ground. It's best if you don't move randomly, or else I might accidentally injure you. Yi Fan's words were calm, but there was a type of intimidation that made her stop. What do you want? Princess Chi asked. I'm willing to admit my defeat. We've already made an agreement before. Yi Fan laughed. What? In the distance, the spectators were all in an uproar. This little suzerain was truly daring. Could it be that he really wanted Princess Chi to be his spiritual beast? Not to mention the Chili Pepper Corps, even the others in the Southern Mountains range wouldn't agree. This woman had quite a lot of connections in the Southern Mountains range. According to the agreement, I don't recall agreeing to anything. I only said that you would be my Longma if you lost, but I did not agree to the latter half of the conditions. Chi Huishui was shameless, but he had a point. How could there be such an easy thing? Since you've acknowledged the agreement, then regardless of whether you said the second condition or not, it would still have the same effect. Yi Fan smiled. A finger slid across her snow-white neck, and light flickered. Don't move. Chi Huishui was furious. This was the first time in her life that she had been held hostage by someone. She was standing so close to a man. Her black eyebrows furrowed, and she really wanted to bite someone. Don't act recklessly. Let go of the princess. In the distance, Chi Huishui's servants were all dumbfounded. Their master had been captured, causing them to feel uneasy in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. You guys are really noisy. Yi Fan glanced at them, not caring at all. What do you want to do in order to let go of Princess Chi? A man walked out from the Chishire mansion. He looked very powerful. When it's possible to let someone off, one should spare them. The outcome has already been decided. Let go of the princess. Another person stepped forward and said, If I had lost just now, what would be the result now? Yi Fan said with a smile. This. Everyone was speechless. According to Chi Huishui's personality, she would definitely make him become Longma. There was no way she would let go of him. Isn't that right? If you admit defeat, then accept defeat. From today onwards, she is my woman. Yi Fan's words caused a commotion. This little lord was too daring. He even dared to take away a person like Chi Huishui. Was he not afraid of attracting a great disaster? This was not an ordinary princess. She was the pearl of the Southern Mountains range. Her background was terrifying. Let go of me. I didn't promise you anything. I didn't say what would happen if I lost. Chi Huishui quibbled. She did not want to admit defeat at all. It's useless even if you act shamelessly. Yi Fan ignored her. He sealed her body and brought her back to Lu City. Behind them, more than 100 people were dumbfounded. This time, they came to watch the battle. They all thought that this little lord would suffer a great loss. They did not expect that Chi Huishui would be captured just like that. Moreover, she was kidnapped in such an arrogant manner. Stop. Let go of the princess. Many people went up to stop Yi Fan. If they let him take away the pearl of the Southern Mountains range, these flower protectors might as well kill themselves. Everyone was sneering. What? Do you guys want to bet with me as well? Yi Fan glanced at them, one of his hands moving along that swan-like beautiful neck. Once it landed, the corpse would be separated from its body. Don't act recklessly. We will give you sufficient compensation as long as you let go of the princess. One of them shouted. All right, no problem. Go and prepare a few jars of dragon marrow for me. I will come to Lu City to ransom her. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he rushed out like a ray of light. Stop. A group of people chased after him. How could they let him go like this? They were afraid that he would act recklessly. Princess Chi's reputation was too great. She had a stunning appearance. They were worried that she would be kidnapped by this top-quality lord. City Lord, you're back. The soldiers in Lu City were terrified. There were so many people chasing after their lord, and they were all flying through the air. It made their hair stand on end. Go and boil the cauldron. The first thing Yi Fan did when he returned was give this order. Yi Zhong, what are you doing? Beauty Chi was shocked. I'm going to kill a spirit beast and eat its meat. Yi Fan replied indifferently. I'm going to kill you. Princess Chi was furious, but she couldn't move at all. Yi, don't act recklessly. I'll give you a real spirit beast. Hurry up and let go of the princess. Someone shouted from behind. You mean to say that Princess Chi is worth the same as a spirit beast? Yi Fan asked. That's not what I meant. If you want to eat spirit beasts, I'll give you one. Don't act recklessly. How can it compare to Beauty Chi's soft skin and tender flesh? Yi Fan laughed. You're the one who's a calamity. Princess Chi opened her mouth and bit. Everyone in the back was dizzy. Even though they knew that Yi Fan was joking and wasn't telling the truth, they were still a bit scared. They really didn't think of Princess Chi as the pearl of Nanling City. Seal the city. The second thing Yi Fan did when he returned to the city was to activate the ancient city's formation runes. Strands of laws interweaved and formed a light screen that sealed the entire city below. More than 10 people rushed up to attack the city, but not a single one could enter. 2 of them were almost cut down by the sword light that shot up from the city walls. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a small city had a holy lord-level formation runes. It was truly strange. They weren't Yi Fan, and they didn't have the row formula. They couldn't attack the city at all, and they almost injured themselves. You're challenging my dignity as a lord. Don't blame me for being impolite if you come to my territory to cause trouble. Yi Fan moved a chair and sat on the city wall, smiling at them. Let the princess out. Can't you talk about something else? She's currently my captive. If you want to save her, prepare dozens of jars of dragon marrow. Are you trying to trick us? A jar of dragon marrow is hard to find, and dozens of jars. Those people clenched their teeth. Brother, help me blast open the city gates. I'll reward you handsomely. A person walked up to the barbarian in beast skin and begged. The disheveled young man who had killed the king physique with a single slap, the 9-year-old child, and the barbarian with the wolf tooth club. It was impossible not to notice them. Yi Fan had seen them long ago. He secretly estimated that they were most likely monsters with heaven-defying methods. I don't know you, and I have no enmity with him. The barbarian scratched his head and said honestly. He picked up the wolf tooth club and walked back, saying, I'm going back. In the end, more than 100 people retreated, leaving only a dozen people behind. Yi Fan directly took out his bow and began to shoot. Damn it, he killed my David's deer. Surnamed Yi, return my white tiger. The dozen people were furious. The arrows shot by Yi Fan were as heavy as 10,000 caddies. They could even pierce through a mountain, let alone their mounts. The 3 strange beasts fell in response. What was even more excessive was that Yi Fan rushed out of the city and snatched the 3 huge beasts back. He set up a big iron pot on the city wall and began to stew meat. This lord is truly outrageous. He's starting to eat spirit beasts again. These people were driven mad, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't rush in at all. After 2 days, the dozen people found out that the 8 mounts had been captured by that top-quality lord and were really cooked. They were seething with anger. Only when 3 people were knocked down by Yi Fan and carried into the city did the others' faces turn green. They didn't have the slightest bit of temper and retreated. This time, more than half of the people in the Qishir Manor knew about this matter. They were all speechless. There was actually such a lord next to them. He actually kidnapped the Pearl of the Southern Mountains. How much courage did he need? Didn't a few evildoers appear in the southern mountains? Why didn't anyone rescue them? The evildoers of the southern mountains are all in seclusion. They still don't know the news. When they come out, there will definitely be great waves. In Lu City, Yi Fan had a smile on his face as he invited a group of soldiers to drink and eat meat. The fragrance of the spirit beast's bone soup wafted in the air not far away. Qi Haoshui almost fainted. This barbarian must have eaten her longma like this. She felt the roots of her teeth aching, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, even she was captured. Haoshui, come over and pour some wine. Be my maid for a month and I will naturally let you go. Yi Fan shook the wine pot and said, Dream on. Qi Haoshui was extremely angry, but she had a different kind of charm that bewitched people's minds. At the side, the soldiers' eyes almost popped out. One of them said, Sir, the city lord's manor doesn't have a matriarch yet. This one is not bad. Yes, she is very compatible with Sir. The group of soldiers were drunk to the point that their eyes were hazy. They spoke without any fear. Surnamed Yi, hurry up and let me go. I will give you enough benefits. Qi Haoshui was a little afraid. Actually, I am quite interested in your 3,000 small worlds. Why don't you teach me? Yi Fan laughed. That's impossible. Qi Haoshui sternly refused. Even if she was killed, she would not pass down such a secret technique. Then there's no other way. You can only be my maid for a month. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Yi Fan sealed her cultivation and ordered her to pour tea. If you let me go, I will tell you the secret of an immortal manor. Qi Haoshui said. If there really was such an immortal burial ground, would you leave it for me? You would have gone there long ago. Yi Fan lightly laughed. This immortal manor has just been deduced by others. No one has entered it yet. Now, all the major powers are working hard. The outstanding disciples of the unique scholar manor have the opportunity to go there and try their luck. If you let me go, you will obtain this opportunity. Qi Haoshui said. Yi Fan shook his head and said, There are no substantial benefits at all. If I go, I might even die inside. You have no idea what kind of opportunity that is. Maybe there will be ancient scriptures or even holy weapons appearing. That place is related to the secrets of the immortal domain. Qi Haoshui's eyes revealed a strange splendor. Oh really? Yi Fan walked over and lifted her chin. In a teasing tone, he said, Why do I feel like you are trying to harm me? Are you trying to lead me into a pit of fire? Qi Haoshui opened her mouth and bit down. She missed and tilted her head. Believe it or not, this is the best opportunity to explore the secrets of the immortal domain. Chapter 563. Whether the immortal domain exists or not, even the immemorial emperor and the great emperor of the human race could not say for sure and could not enter. How could a mere immortal residence reveal its secrets? This is an immortal domain. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, I believe it, Qi Haoshui said calmly. You believe? Yi Fan immediately gave her a knock, leaving a mark on her smooth forehead. Yi, you dare to make a move against me? Qi Haoshui finally exploded. Although her cultivation was sealed, her movements were not restricted. At this moment, she did not have any divine power, but she still made a move. Her left arm was as white as a lotus root. Her palm and fingers were like knives as they cut towards Yi Fan's neck. Then her right leg spun, long and slender, smooth and smooth. Her clothes could not hide it as she spun and kicked towards Yi Fan's head. Her slender waist twisted, perfectly round and strong. She was like a water snake swimming, agile, gentle and swift. Bang! Yi Fan did not dodge her left hand. He allowed it to land on his neck and did not move an inch. Qi Haoshui frowned slightly. She was in so much pain that she kept swinging her hand. Her slender jade-like fingers had turned red, as if she had struck a boulder. As for her slender right leg, it kicked empty air. Yi Fan did not want to have dirt on his forehead, so he took a step back and grabbed her smooth ankle, lifting it up. Let go! Qi Haoshui screamed. Her face was crimson and her dress could not cover her snow-white slender legs. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as her hair danced in the wind. Bang! Yi Fan swung his hand and she flew out agilely. She sat on the rotten chair and said, "Let me go or else." Clatter! Qi Huishui's unruly nature came out and she smashed everything she saw. Finally, with a clang, she hit a bronze lion. She squatted down in pain and kept swinging her hand. "If you have the strength, then go ahead. If you can't, I'll bring you a pile of sandbags," Yi Fan said with a smile. "The one with the surname Yi, how could you treat me like this?" Qi Huishui did not continue speaking. Her beautiful eyes shot out a murderous light. Although she was furious, she did not dare to be too ruthless. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He directly searched his body and took out a bottle from his sea of reincarnation. There was a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, a holy lord-level weapon, and even a copper token. Is there really an immortal mansion? He was very surprised. The bronze token should be the immortal mansion entry token that Princess Qi mentioned. The disciples of the unique scholar manor could all go and try their luck at immortal fate, but no one was given such a bronze token. It seemed to be very particular. "Sir Lord, it's bad." As soon as Yi Fan arrived at the desolate hut, a villager ran to him in panic and reported the situation. What happened? Just like the seniors said, ancient scholar tree forest released murderous cries. The villagers were trembling with fear, all of their faces pale. There was such a thing? Did it happen in the past? Yi Fan was shocked. He arrived at the side of the ancient pagoda tree forest. The old trees were dry and withered, and many of their trunks had become hollow holes. However, they were still stubbornly alive, lying there like numerous dragons. Yi Fan approached and listened carefully, but he didn't hear any sound. There was only the rustling of branches and leaves, as well as the cool ground. He looked at the villagers with a puzzled expression. Immediately, someone came forward with a snow-white face and said in a soft voice, "You can hear it if you stick your ear to it." There's such a thing? Yi Fan was suspicious. It was clearly just a stretch of old trees. Even if they had become spirits, it shouldn't be like this, right? But in the next quarter of an hour, when he listened attentively, his body suddenly trembled. He revealed an expression of disbelief and took several large steps back. The old trees were dry and cracked, one after another. It was said that they had existed for more than 100,000 years and had never changed. The villagers called them holy trees because they never lost a single leaf. At this time, Yi Fan was really shocked. Heaven-shaking murderous cries came from the tree trunks. It was as if an ancient battlefield was right in front of him. People were shouting, horses neighing, and the light of blades and shadows of swords could be seen. Hong long long. When he stuck his ear to the tree trunk, he could even feel the vibrations. There were over 10,000 war horses rushing over, causing the earth to rumble as they trampled on it. Yi Fan was very excited. He came here precisely for the desolate hut, but he couldn't find the way. He never would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur in these few days. Are there any detailed legends about these ancient trees? He wanted to understand more. The ancestors only gave us a rough idea. They said that when the gate to the immortal realm opens, a divine sound will be transmitted. We shouldn't rashly approach, or else we might accidentally enter. The oldest elder said. Yi Fan felt that this was very mysterious. He wandered around the ancient forest for half the night, but he didn't dare to comprehend the Tao here. This was an extraordinary time, and he feared that he would immediately pass away. For the next 2 days, he pondered in the locust tree forest, wanting to find out the truth. When he stuck his ear to the tree trunk, not only did he hear the sounds of the ancient battlefield, but he also heard the cries of dragons and phoenixes. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. I'm mistaken. It must be a flood dragon, Luan, or Qilin beast. He didn't believe that there were immortal spirits in this world. Then he heard the sound of a great flood. There was the roar of a great sea, and waves rushed into the heavens. This is strange. How can these sacred trees have this kind of sound? Yi Fan was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He stayed here for the next few days, wanting to understand what was going on. However, the more impatient he was, the more he couldn't do anything. On the 6th day, when he was lying on the thickest locust tree at the center of the forest and listening attentively, A soul roar almost shook him to the point of collapse. Undying Heavenly Emperor. This wasn't any kind of language, but rather a type of divine will. It was as if it passed through the endless ages and traveled for millions and millions of years. It was as if it passed through a star domain and reappeared in this world. How powerful was Yi Fan's divine sense? However, under the aftermath of this Tao Sound divine will, his face became incomparably pale. The golden lake between his brows rushed out with dazzling splendor and almost scattered. Who is this person calling the undying Heavenly Emperor? His heart was incomparably shaken. This wasn't the first time he heard these words. Even the ancient kings had to prostrate themselves in worship and view him as an existence that surpassed deities. Yi Fan finally understood why the ancient great emperor built a hut here in his later years. This place was too extraordinary, and there must be some secret. It's not that the human race great emperor wanted to enjoy his old age here, but rather he discovered some mysteries. He made such a conjecture. On the seventh day, he stood in front of the shortest ancient tree at the edge and listened attentively. He was dumbstruck because he actually heard the 3 words, Qishir manner, transmitted by a divine will. A ray of light flashed past Yi Fan's heart. In an instant his thoughts scattered. He turned around and returned to Lu City. He took out a vase, opened the seal, and let Qi Huashui out. Surnamed Yi, actually dare to seal me for 7 days. I'll fight you to the death. Qi Huashui's peerless immortal face was filled with anger. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He risked his life just like a hot pepper. If you dare to move recklessly again, you will automatically be promoted from a maid to a servant girl. Yi Fan's face did not even blush as he threatened. Thump, thump, thump. Qi Huashui was truly frightened. He retreated more than 10 steps and his hand touched his towering chest. He was not calm at all. On his jade-like face, a trace of anger could be seen in his pair of intelligent eyes. However, he did not dare to be ruthless. You should have behaved yourself earlier. Go and pour some tea. Yi Fan instructed. In your dreams. You really are a hot pepper. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me in detail about the situation of that immortal residence. Yi Fan said without much care. You want to go in? Qi Huashui's eyes lit up. Don't worry so much. Just tell me in detail. Yi Fan sipped his tea and listened attentively. He was quite surprised. The immortal residence was located in an ancient mountain range. It was said to be related to the immortal domain. It was filled with ancient secrets and there were many unknown secrets. According to the speculations of the almighty experts of the unique scholar manor, there was a high possibility that there were traces of ancient emperors. It was a mysterious and unfathomable place. Is the ancient pagoda forest related to that immortal residence? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He did not waste any time and flew towards the ancient immortal vein. This was the first time he got close to the unique scholar manor since he arrived here. This mountain range was filled with auspicious qi. After activating his divine eyes, he could clearly see tens of thousands of large purple dragons coiling around. It was extremely astonishing. At this place, there were strange rocks on the Pill Cliff. Qilin beasts lay alone and luans danced in the sky. Dense purple qi filled the air. Spirit medicines grew on the precipice and immortal mushrooms grew beside the ancient trees. No matter how one looked at it, it was a divine land. It made people feel as if they had entered the immortal world. The mountain range was different from the rest and was extremely mystical. Immortal mushrooms, spirit springs, longevity deer, ancient cliffs. It was like a scene from a painting. There was a scenery every 10 steps in this mountain range. It was a gathering of divine elegance and there was no lack of magnificence. Yi Fan did not disturb the spirit birds and rare beasts, nor did he rashly approach the unique scholar manor. This was because this place was too unusual. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might be discovered. He did not want to be captured. Pang Bo might be inside. Yi Fan pondered. He came here not only for the desolate hut, but also to find an old friend. Soon he understood the situation. The unique scholar manor had sealed off the mountain and no one was allowed to enter. He finally understood why no one went to Lu City to find trouble with him. The immortal residence was of great importance. After the unique scholar manor discussed with a few great powers, they did not want news of it to leak out too early. They were preparing to open this cave together. Yi Fan stopped several tens of li away and gazed at the distant unique scholar manor. Under the bright sky, there was actually purple smoke rising like a soaring dragon. I can see it even without using my divine eyes. This place is unfathomably deep and filled with immortal energy. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky and seized the mysteries of the heaven and earth. Yi Fan guarded for several days and finally discovered a mystery. The immortal residence had opened and it was in the back mountain of the unique scholar manor. The divine energy there could not be blocked and the great formation could not seal it. Immortal cave. He coveted it but he could not enter at all. There were supreme existences guarding it, and it was not as simple as 4 or 5 people. They had completely sealed off the area. It was said to be an immortal cave, but the elites of the unique scholar manor continuously entered without the slightest feeling of congestion. It was unknown just how vast it was. Yi Fan was 67 li away. He used his divine eyes to observe for several days. There were people coming in and out continuously, especially the disciples of the unique scholar manor. More than 700 of them were all moving. During these days, there were people who were injured and had to retreat from time to time. There were even corpses that were carried back. He was very shocked. During this period, there were also supreme existences who staggered out with heavy injuries and were on the verge of death. This immortal residence is not ordinary. So many people went there to try their luck and it became their training ground. Even a Holy Lord-level character almost died inside. Yi Fan was quite moved, but he had no way to go over. This was the first time he regretted not joining the unique scholar manor. He actually missed such an opportunity. He guarded outside for 7 to 8 days and discovered that almost everyone had left. However, after 3 days, after a period of rest, these people started to try their luck again. Could it really be an immortal burial ground? Unfortunately, I have no way to enter. Even though he had grasped the row formula, he still had no way to break through the defense of those supreme existences. Yi Fan sighed and returned to the desolate hut. He thought of another way in the ancient village. Every day, he would wander around those ancient trees. The villagers were alarmed. Someone advised, "Little brother city lord, don't go near when the sacred trees let out divine sounds. Otherwise, you will be devoured." His heart was moved and he asked, "How can I be devoured?" During special times, those tree holes are connected to the immortal world. The oldest old man in the village told him a secret not known to others. Yi Fan decided to take the risk. While there was no one around, he gritted his teeth and arrived in front of an ancient tree. He reached his hand into the hollow tree hole. Power of space. He was shocked and confirmed his guess. He placed his ear on the tree trunk and heard many voices. Among them, there were even some young people shouting. Disciples of the unique scholar manor. This time, he was certain in his heart. He was no longer worried and decided to take the risk. Swoosh. When Yi Fan took the risk and entered an ancient tree hole, a ripple appeared where he was standing. Then he disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the villagers didn't discover anything. Otherwise, they would have shouted that the city lord had passed away in meditation and was devoured by the immortal world. In this short moment, Yi Fan felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years. He was truly afraid that there would be a mistake and he would disappear into nothingness. Endless darkness would envelop him, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to see the light again. This is that immortal mansion? He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The scene in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. This was not a dark underground world, nor was it the belly of a mountain. It was extremely bright. The blue sky was clear without a trace of impurity. It was as if a huge sapphire was inverted on top of it. A huge bird flew across the sky. In a flash, it actually blocked the sun. The feathers on its body were flowing with 5-colored splendor, casting a large shadow on the ground. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. How big was this bird? It was like a huge cloud, covering the sky and covering the earth. There's more than one. He was truly shocked. In the distant horizon, there were similar clouds, but the species was completely different. Boom! In the distance, the heaven and earth trembled. A mountain ridge flew up and rushed towards the horizon, emitting an endless murderous aura. How can a mountain ridge move? At first, Yi Fan was still baffled, but soon he revealed a horrified expression. How was this a mountain ridge? It was clearly a huge green snake. It was unknown how many years it had been in slumber. Its body was covered in mud, and many ancient trees had grown from it. It rushed high up into the sky and fought with that cloud-like bird. Snake scales swirled about, colorful feathers fluttered down, and blood poured down. The battle was incomparably bitter. Heavens, what kind of world is this? This kind of primordial vicious beast still exists, and fighting like this seems to be a very normal thing. Yi Fan's heart was fluctuating up and down. Could this be that immortal mansion? It was clearly a world, and it had nothing to do with the immortal mansion. In the distance, ancient trees towered into the sky. The mountains and rivers were primitive, and the old vines were like dragons. The mountains were majestic, and the rivers were magnificent. It was a scene from ancient times. A human's miserable cry came from the mountain range. Yi Fan turned into a shadow and rushed over. He saw a young man die miserably in the mouth of a flood dragon. He was bitten into two and sunk into the deep pond. Be careful, don't wander around. Several hundred zhang away from the deep pond, someone loudly transmitted his voice, and a few more young people appeared. The disciples of Qishir Manor. Yi Fan's brows jumped. He finally confirmed that this was that immortal mansion without a doubt. It was actually like a real world. This is a primordial world. Although there are peerless immortal treasures and even ancient scriptures of great emperors, it is also full of danger. In the depths ahead, even supreme experts have fallen. We must be careful. Chapter 564. Guwu. A bird's cry shook the mountains as a golden figure streaked across the sky, shattering a mountain peak in the distance. He grabbed a 20-meter-long desolate ancient elephant and flew back, landing on a cliff. There was a huge bird nest over a dozen zhang in size there. It occupied the entire cliff and was made of purple maple wood. The fragrance of maple wafted over, and a faint purple light shone from it. A gigantic lightning king bird was incomparably majestic. Its entire body was flowing with dazzling golden light. It was currently tearing apart that 20-meter-long desolate elephant, causing it to be drenched in blood. Large chunks of flesh were torn off as it nurtured its young birds. Each and every lightning king was almost 10 meters long, and golden light flickered about their bodies. That cliff had long been dyed dark red and soaked with bloodstains. It seemed like it had been here for quite some time. Yi Fan was speechless. This was truly a primitive world, and the scene he saw was extremely terrifying. This lightning king bird had long been extinct in the real world, and only a few of its descendants were left. However, they still existed in this world. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands would have to take a detour if they saw such a strange bird. They simply wouldn't dare to provoke it. The reason why Yi Fan stopped was because he discovered that there were some engravings on the cliff. Although they were ancient, they could still be vaguely seen. He wanted to examine them thoroughly. A sword art. He was astonished. This was an incomplete sword art. It seemed like an expert had meditated here in the past and carved down some momentary comprehension. Although it was very messy, it was still endlessly enlightening. This bird nest has blocked a large portion of it. Yi Fan was somewhat regretful. The purple maple bird nests filled the entire cliff, and it seemed like they had existed for many years. There were many bloodstains on the cliff, and they were all splattered by the Lightning King's food. Could it be that there are still people in this world? He muttered to himself. Yi Fan waited in the distance for a long time. Only when the Lightning King was far away did he approach the cliff and carefully observe the stone engravings. This was the handwriting of an expert, and they were all ancient techniques. The cliff was dark, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Lightning curled around the bird nests, and the few young birds were extremely vigilant as they continuously chirped at him. Yi Fan did not pay any attention to it. He had just arrived at this place and was already attracted by it. This kind of experience left behind from comprehending the Tao was extremely valuable to someone who was trying to break through. The incomplete sword technique was very profound, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he focused on comprehending those comprehensions. His heart was empty, and there were actually signs of merging into the Tao realm. Croak! A small lightning monarch shouted. It opened its mouth and spat out a lightning bolt that was as thick as a water tank. It contained the power of tribulation lightning of the 5 elements. Yi Fan jumped in fright and dodged to the side. These were just a few hatchlings, yet they could already release a few strands of the might of heavenly tribulation. This was beyond his expectations, but he didn't think too much about it. He circled around the cliff and continued to observe. In the end, he even lifted up the bird's nest, which was over 100 feet tall, and looked at the words carved on the cliff. He carefully studied them, and his heart was filled with many insights. This is really a treasure land. If I can find more places like this, I might even be able to advance to the Dragon Transformation's secret realm. Yi Fan had already reached the peak of the 4 extremes and entered the Dragon Transformation's secret realm. It was very likely that it would happen at any moment. What he lacked now was an opportunity. He didn't stay here for long because the Lightning Monarch could return at any time. After memorizing those comprehensions, he flew to a distant mountain peak and sat down cross-legged to silently comprehend them. There's a bird's nest in front. It's shining with golden light, and it's clearly a top-grade mutated bird. Let's go take a look. Who knows, we might be able to capture a hatchling and bring it back to tame. That's the legendary Lightning Monarch. This is a primordial vicious bird that could fight against the Flood Dragon King. A group of youngsters flew over, and all of them revealed curious expressions. They flew towards the ancient nest on the stone cliff. Every single one of them was very powerful, and they were all elites of the 5 great regions. Each of them had their own legends. There's also the sword technique. In the past, there was an expert sitting in seclusion here. They discovered the stone inscriptions, and all of them revealed strange expressions. They quickly flew forward and began to earnestly study them. Every single one of them was very focused. As expected of an ancient immortal residence. Even a desolate cliff has a very profound ancient book. If we continue forward, there will definitely be even greater harvests. These people were all imprinting those ancient methods in their memories. They wanted to go back and properly comprehend them. There are a total of 4 young lightning monarchs. Let's capture them first and discuss how to divide them when we return. Someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement and moved together. However, at this time, a long cry rang out from the distant sky. Half of the sky was illuminated by a dazzling golden radiance as a giant bird flew back. A bolt of golden lightning that was as thick as a mountain ridge directly struck over. It was so fast that no one could react in time. A young disciple from the unique scholar manor cried out. He turned into ashes on the spot, and nothing was left behind. Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of lightning was comparable to a heavenly tribulation. No wonder this bird would become a terrifying mutated bird once it matured. It could even suppress the supreme elders of the various holy lands. Kacha! Another mountain ridge flew over. That's right, the lightning was too huge, and it was no different from the size of a mountain ridge. It filled the void and destroyed everything. Another miserable cry rang out. A beautiful woman also couldn't escape this calamity. Her body and soul were destroyed on the spot. The others quickly fled, but how could they be faster than the lightning monarch? Not only was it a lightning divine bird, but it also possessed a speed close to that of lightning. Swish! Someone brought out the mysterious jade platform and crossed the void to flee the scene. The other 3 fled in different directions. The lightning monarch chased after them relentlessly. He turned into a raging golden divine flame, and even the horizon was scorched by the lightning. Shouts came from the distant sky. Several elders rode their swords over and fought against the lightning monarch. However, they couldn't gain the upper hand at all and seemed to be on the verge of defeat. They retreated while fighting, and their entire bodies were charred black by the lightning. Even half-step powerhouses can't do it. Yi Fan was astonished. Then he turned around and left, entering the depths of the mountain range in search of other opportunities. Roar! A ferocious tiger roared. A flock of wild geese in the sky were shaken down, letting out mournful cries. Yi Fan was astonished. At this moment, he was already 100 miles away. He saw a black tiger with a body as black as ink. It was dozens of meters long and roaring at the sky. The mountain under its feet was shaken and cracked. A primordial divine tiger that can rival powerhouses. After taking a closer look, his heart trembled. This was a primordial mutant that had cultivated for more than 2 years. Its blood energy was exceptionally powerful, and just by standing there, its terrifying might made all the beasts within a radius of dozens of miles kneel on the ground. It was definitely comparable to a demon king, but it hadn't transformed into a human form. This was a primordial beast king, and no one was willing to fight against it. Roar! It opened its bloody mouth and shot out a black light several miles long. It fell into a deep pond on another mountain and immediately captured a flood dragon that was more than 300 meters long. As soon as this flood dragon came out of the pond, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Violent gales kicked up and sand and stones flew everywhere. It was obvious that this was an extraordinary beast king. This flood dragon is so powerful that people at the 9th transformation of dragon transformation would definitely not be able to get close. They would definitely die if they went up. Yi Fan was apprehensive. This was a strange beast with a profound cultivation. However, what shocked him was that the black tiger opened its mouth and sucked. It pulled the flood dragon to its eyes from several miles away and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The primordial mutant divine tiger used too much force and sucked over the mountain peak where the deep pond was located. It swallowed half of it in one gulp. This black divine tiger is too powerful. Even a holy master might not be able to capture it. It's hard to say who will live and who will die. Yi Fan quietly retreated. He didn't want to provoke such a powerful mutant king. This was a primordial world, and he saw many strange beasts that should have gone extinct long ago. They were all primordial kings. He didn't retreat too far before he was attracted by a mountain peak. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and it was dry and clean like a huge piece of black jade. This place was very quiet without any birds or beasts. It was as if it was a life-forbidden zone. Other birds and beasts didn't dare to approach. It was like the dwelling place of a savage beast king. Don't tell me this is the dwelling place of that divine tiger? Yi Fan walked over. As soon as he approached the barren ink-jade mountain, he was shocked. There were quite a few ancient characters carved on its surface, with iron hooks and silver strokes. Divine treasury! He immediately became excited. This was the carving of a peerless expert, and it recorded the derivation of some secret techniques. Yi Fan carefully studied it and discovered 3 types of supreme magical seals. This made him overjoyed. These were 3 extremely profound ancient secret techniques, and it was difficult to explain their origins. The Embracing Mountain Seal, Human King Seal, and Heaven Overturning Seal were a combination. They were very imposing names, representing the 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man. They were incomparably complex and difficult to fathom. Among them, Yi Fan had learned the Embracing Mountain Seal before, but compared to this place, it was too shallow. It couldn't even be considered a secret technique, and it was far from reaching the realm of perfection. The Human King Seal and Heaven Overturning Seal were both ancient secret techniques. They inherited the Embracing Mountain Seal and became one. They were extremely mysterious and were definitely rare saint techniques in this world. There were also other secret techniques derived on the stone wall, but they were all very messy. Only these 3 were complete, and they were the most profound. They immediately attracted Yi Fan's attention. He sat cross-legged in front of the black precipice without moving. He carefully comprehended them and used the Battle Saint technique to silently derive the 3 ancient techniques, turning them into his own unique supreme divine technique. Oho! A tiger's roar shook the mountains. The black ancient divine tiger came treading on the mountains. It leaped from one mountain peak to another like a black cloud. At the same time, It brought with it a violent gale that blew away many millstone-sized mountain rocks. As expected, this is the dwelling place of this ancient king. Yi Fan was shocked. He turned around and activated the forward incantation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He sat cross-legged on another mountain peak and silently comprehended the three ancient techniques. The embracing mountain seal, human king seal, and heaven-overturning seal revolved in his mind as he rapidly deduced them. Not long after, Yi Fan saw the divine tiger leave. He once again returned to Black Jade Mountain and continuously copied the three saint techniques with his fingers. He repeatedly comprehended them, and the three seals rushed into his heart. He was immediately shaken and secretly rejoiced that he had come back to comprehend them. The carvings on the stone wall were only the shapes. The real divine seals had transformed into three different seals, and only now did he obtain the perfect magical seals. Swoosh! Stone powder danced in the air, leaving behind three blank spaces. After the seals rushed out, the three saint techniques automatically disappeared. The stone wall was as smooth as a mirror as if it had never been there. Yi Fan was very excited. He had mysterious techniques, but he had always been lacking secret techniques. He was often overwhelmed during battles, and now that he had obtained the three ancient seals, he would be much more at ease. Seal of Enlightenment. Yi Fan found precious carvings on the mountain peak. They were left behind by peerless masters when they comprehended Tao. Although they were very incomplete, they were of great help to him, and he imprinted them in his heart. For a whole half a month he did not move at all. He sat quietly on a mountain peak and comprehended the Tao enlightenment marks he had obtained. Finally, he opened his eyes. Half-step dragon transformation. Yi Fan was shocked to find that by observing other people's Tao enlightenment marks, he had 1 foot in the dragon transformation's secret realm. He knew that if he could find more Tao enlightenment notes, he would definitely enter the dragon transformation's secret realm immediately. What exactly is this place? Could it be that many peerless masters came here? They left indelible marks on some ancient mountains. He began to ponder. He had only explored a small area of this immortal residence, and he had already obtained such great benefits. One could imagine how important this place was. An immortal burial ground. Such a thought emerged in his mind. There were endless treasures here, but there were also great dangers. A little carelessness could lead to death. Yi Fan thought of the sounds he heard in the desolate hut ancient pagoda forest. Could it be that there were traces to follow? He had heard the sounds of thousands of soldiers and horses in battle with his own ears. Other than that, he had also heard the cries of dragons, phoenixes, chilants, and the name of the immemorial heavenly emperor. Chapter 565. A black light flashed past and a young man slowly fell down from the cliff. Blood flowed out from the space between his eyebrows. His eyes were lifeless and he died with everlasting regret. On the other side, a tall man walked out. With a point of his hand, a flame descended, burning the corpse on the ground into human-shaped ashes. Nothing else was left. He stood in front of the stone wall and carefully studied the ancient technique recorded on it. Then he wiped it with his hand and it turned into stone powder. Everything disappeared. In the distance, an even more intense battle was taking place. A group of people were engaged in a life-and-death battle. In the end, blood mist lingered around and corpses were everywhere. Only a few people rushed into the ancient cave while the rest died. This kind of thing happened from time to time. It was no longer an exception but a normal occurrence. This ancient world was extremely dangerous. Not only were there terrifying strange beasts, but there were also powerful cultivators who specialized in killing people. It became a land of blood. In the past half a month, Yi Fan had seen many deaths. The appearance of the ancient beast king was the main cause, but the killing between cultivators was even more terrifying. A 10,000-year-old spirit medicine could cause a bloody massacre. A stone wall with a secret technique carved on it could become a graveyard for life and death battles. Not to mention the occasional cave dwelling that would appear. It would definitely be the focus of all parties. If an ancient treasure were to appear or a secret book were to be discovered, it would definitely lead to a large-scale bloody battle. At the moment, Everyone in this ancient world was in danger. They had to be careful with every step they took. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would become someone else's prey. Many great powers have sent people in. It can be said that every step is filled with danger. A little carelessness will lead to a fatal disaster. Damn it, we must be careful. Someone couldn't help but curse. Don't say too much. Don't disturb the divine object. In a swamp, there were some sparse ancient trees. A dragon chimera was a foot long and flowing with golden light as it jumped in the muddy water. More than 10 people surrounded the swamp and surrounded it. They were all very careful, afraid that they would scare away the spirit object. Seeing this, Yi Fan was very surprised. Dragon chimera was a treasure for refining medicine. Even the jade pool only had 3 of them. They were much more precious than spiritual medicines that were tens of thousands of years old. They were priceless treasures. However, there was one here. The dragon chimera was only 1 foot long and shaped like a dragon. However, it was actually a kind of divine chimera. It was golden all over and its spiritual chi soared to the sky. Every drop of essence and blood in its body was priceless. Right now, even Yi Fan, who had seen the undying medicine, was moved. He followed in secret, looking for a chance to capture it. However, right at this time, killing intent was like a mountain, immediately drowning over. 7 or 8 middle-aged men descended from the sky like ancient beast kings. They attacked without saying anything. Each of them was at least at the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation, and there were even 2 half-step almighties among them. Miserable cries rang out. There were people who died miserably on the spot. The remaining people decisively retreated, but they couldn't break free from this murderous fate. A bell rang out, and half of them turned into fine powder, turning into a bloody mist. Another half-step almighty made a move. The ancient mirror shone, and the few cultivators who were escaping were also pierced by divine light. Their corpses fell down. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. In this place, human life was like grass. He already understood a fact. This immortal ancient world didn't have just one entrance, but as many as several. The most powerful forces in the Central Plains could all enter. And now, in this immortal mansion world, good and bad people were mixed together. There were all kinds of people and all kinds of deaths, treasures snatching, and assassinations happened from time to time. Right now, he saw this scene with his own eyes. Swoosh! These 7 or 8 middle-aged men attacked together. At this moment, they laid down formation patterns and sealed the entire swamp. They wanted to capture that incomparably rare dragon chimera. However, in the end, they came up empty-handed. There was an underground river under the swamp, and they didn't know where it led to. The dragon chimera had long since escaped. It's just a dragon chimera, yet it's so slippery. So many of us attacked, but it still escaped. A middle-aged man laughed at himself. This isn't an ordinary creature. In the entire world, there can't be more than 20 of them. It's an essential main ingredient for refining divine pills. There aren't many divine objects more precious than it. Another person shook his head. When those people left into the distance, Yi Fan appeared. What he saw just now was only a microcosm of what was happening in this immortal mansion world. There were many dangers. This is an immortal graveyard. There are too many valuable things here. All kinds of people have come. Yi Fan sighed. In this place, not only were there many spirit beasts, there were also all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all of which were priceless. They had long been extinct in the outside world, and any great force that learned of them wouldn't be calm. In addition, they occasionally discovered precipices, ancient caves, and some incomplete inheritances. Their value was immeasurable. In addition, there were also traces of a rare spirit like the dragon chimera. Yi Fan, like the others, bumped into immortal fate. He flew into the distance, and when he saw many terrifying ancient species, he stayed far away. He came to a new area. Angry roars could be heard. There were people fighting intensely. His heart stirred, and he sensed a familiar aura. Bright moon rising from the sea. Yi Fan was astonished. He turned into a beam of flowing light and flew forward quickly. He had only seen one person use this kind of phenomenon, and that was the Eastern Wasteland Divine King, Xianxia. The Ji siblings encountered a terrifying ambush and were surrounded. More than 10 people surrounded them, and they took out all kinds of ancient treasures, attacking the two of them continuously. Boom! The ocean was boundless. Behind Xianxia, endless waves rushed into the sky, sweeping an enemy down. He smashed him into meat paste with a palm, turning him into a bloody mist. They didn't know how long the battle had lasted. Corpses appeared one after another in the mountain ridges, dyed red by blood. Xianxia's hair was disheveled, and he was like a god of death. His eyes were like a wild beast's as he massacred. His temperament was greatly different from usual. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the bright moon rising from the sea. Her entire body was overflowing with colorful light, and she was as holy as a fairy. No one could attack her, and she didn't move at all. Immortal light continuously flowed out, replenishing her brother's divine force. Xianxia took a step forward, causing the entire mountain ridge to tremble. He shattered a few ancient treasures, took 3 hits, and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He charged forward and tore apart an expert at the 8th transformation of Dragon Transformation. Is this his strength? Yi Fan was astonished. The Eastern Wasteland Divine King was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was surrounded, but he could still kill an expert of the 8th transformation. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock everyone in the younger generation of the 5 regions. At this moment, his temperament was very different from usual. He was cold and emotionless, and even had a trace of wildness. His purple clothes were dyed with blood, and his black hair was messy. He was like a demon god. However, Xianxia was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He didn't know how long the battle had lasted, but his entire body was dyed red with blood. His steps were erratic, and he no longer had any strength. Brother! Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. Her entire body shone brightly, and more divine force flowed out, flowing towards her brother. Xianxia, don't worry about me. Go first, I can kill my way out. Xianxia was full of confidence, and his eyes were even colder. However, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Brother, you have to hold on, the Supreme Elder will come. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. Are you talking about those 3 old men? I saw them being swallowed by an ancient beast king-level divine puppet with my own eyes. Don't even think about it. One of the people in the group sneered. Xianxia, you have secret treasures to protect yourself. Break out of the encirclement and leave immediately. Xianxia roared. His hair danced wildly as he urged his sister to leave. Boom! Another person stepped forward and activated a bronze pagoda to suppress Xianxia. Xianxia was hit, and he kept coughing up blood. This was only a cultivator of the 5th transformation, but his attack was effective. Just now, the Eastern Wasteland Divine King had torn apart an expert of the 8th transformation with his bare hands, but it had taken away all his strength. Now, his divine force was exhausted, and he had no strength left. Brother, I can't watch you die. Xianxia cried, and she kept summoning immortal light to replenish Xianxia's divine force. Go! The Eastern Wasteland Divine King's body shone, and he attacked with all his might. His divine force surged, and his pupils turned upside down. He charged forward again, smashing the bronze pagoda with his bare hands, grabbing the man and hacking him apart. Blood spurted out and splashed all over his body. Even his hair was dyed red by the blood. None of you siblings will be able to leave. Both of you will remain here. Those 3 old men are dead. The heavens want you dead. The others also sneered, and they rushed forward, wanting to kill the 2 of them in one go. This was a rare opportunity, or else once the Eastern Wasteland Divine King recovered his divine force, he would have to pay a great price. Brother, I'll give all my divine force to you. Xianxia's face was filled with tears, and her body was overflowing with light. She sat cross-legged in the air, wanting to sacrifice herself to save her brother and let him break out of the encirclement. Xianxia, I told you to go, so go, don't worry about me. The Eastern Wasteland Divine King shouted, and his hair was disheveled. Although his divine force was almost dried up, it still erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Boom! He cut off the divine force in the air with a palm, and then he raised his hand to the sky, throwing out Ji Ziyue, who was in the image of a bright moon rising from the sea, and shouted, "Leave immediately!" Ji Haoyue was prepared to fight to the death, and let his sister break out of the encirclement. He was like a wild beast, and he became ferocious. He used the Divine King regeneration technique, and burned his life force to kill everyone, not letting them chase after Ji Ziyue. "Brother, go quickly!" Ji Haoyue shouted. "It's too late, none of you can leave, I've already sealed this place." A person on the other side sneered, and dozens of flags had already been inserted into the ground, trapping this place. At this time, this group of people was also exhausted, but they had enough advantages. They had a lot of people, and they were all very powerful, and their divine force had not dried up yet. "Zia, I'll fight a way out for you, don't worry." Ji Haoyue shouted, and the divine force on his body burned, and the light became even brighter. At this moment, he was risking his life to protect his younger sister. "Brother, don't be like this, I'll sacrifice all my divine force to you as long as you can escape." Ji Ziyue's pear blossom was covered in tears, and she cried loudly. Her intelligent eyes were blurred, and she did her best to send out divine force. "All of you go together, if the heavens want you dead, none of you will live." Those people sneered again and again. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud tremor, and the entire mountain ridge trembled. Mountain rocks tumbled, and leaves danced chaotically. Yi Fan stepped into the great formation, raised his hand, and pulled out a large flag, and threw it out with a shake of his hand. Ah! With a miserable scream, a person was pierced by the flagpole on the spot, and flew hundreds of feet away. With a bang, he stabbed into an ancient tree, and was nailed there to death. For you, these people's expressions changed, and they shouted in unison. "The person who killed you!" Yi Fan walked in with large strides. His eyes were deep, his black hair was messy, and his aura was like a mountain. Chapter 566. Corpses littered the mountain ridge, and fresh blood dyed the grassland red. There were more than one or two experts at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and they were all killed by Ji Haoyue. The forest was littered with corpses, and a bloody mist pervaded the air. Even powerful beasts didn't dare to approach this place. This was a place where life was lost. This result shocked Yi Fan. The Divine King physique of the Ji clan was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was even more powerful and terrifying than a few years ago. However, he was still an arrow at the end of its flight, and he didn't have any strength left. He had killed too many people. Now, even though there were only a dozen or so people left, they were all very difficult to deal with. They all had secret arts or ancient treasures. At this moment, the Divine King physique of the Ji clan couldn't hold on even if he risked his life. Attack together, kill them. These people took the same action. Even though they could see that Yi Fan was extraordinary, they couldn't give up at this time. Pooh! Yi Fan attacked heavily from the start. He spun around and kicked out with his right leg. The bell that descended from the sky cracked with a loud clang. The bell waves were like blades, sweeping out in all directions. The entire ground was reduced by 10 meters, and even a cliff not far away was turned into fragments. A mountain peak on the other side was even chopped off. One could well imagine how terrifying this bell was. Its fluctuations were like divine swords, destroying all obstructions. However, it was shattered by a single kick from Yi Fan, leaving everyone here shocked. Clatter, clatter. The fragments fell, flickering with sparkling radiance. It was obviously divine metal, but it was destroyed by Yi Fan's physical body. It couldn't even withstand a single blow, collapsing into the cliffs, bushes, and rocks. Kill him first. The people present saw the bad signs. They abandoned Ji Haoyue and attacked Yi Fan together. They gathered all their strength to eliminate him first, not giving him a chance. Pooh! However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. While they were talking, he had already rushed up, locked onto the owner of the bell, and slapped down with his hand. Everyone could only see blood splattering everywhere and broken bones falling to the ground before the battle was over. The bell had been destroyed, and before that person could even react, Yi Fan had rushed forward and killed him. Kill! These people shouted loudly, their eyes blood red. They already reached this type of critical juncture, so they definitely didn't want everything to go to waste. Chi! A streak of divine light flickered. Someone was shaking an ancient mirror, and a terrifying streak of light rushed out, wishing to shine down on Yi Fan. He laughed coldly again and again, shaking back and forth. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan did not dodge. Instead, he swung his fist and smashed it. Clang! When the divine light collided with his fist, it did not turn into a pool of blood as everyone had imagined. Instead, it produced the sound of metal shattering. Dang, dang, Yi Fan's body was like a mirage as he charged through the divine light. He closed in with extreme speed, and every time he swung his fist, the mirror light would be blasted away. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in. Retreat quickly! The others roared. At this time, they could already see that Yi Fan was fearless. He was not afraid of the ancient mirror's attack at all. He attacked from afar directly to the front. That person's speed could not be said to be slow, but compared to Yi Fan, it was nothing at all. The others produced all kinds of ancient treasures to rescue him, but they could not catch up. Yi Fan almost penetrated the ancient mirror with one punch. His body did not stop, and he pounced forward to kill. At the same time, he pierced through the person's chest, shattering his soul and taking his life. Who is this person? The people in the back gasped. This kind of close combat saint technique was truly terrifying. There was really nothing it could not break. Even powerful magic treasures were not used, and they were shattered in one blow. In the back, Ji Haoyue, whose divine power had dried up and was about to collapse, also became serious. Her eyes flickered with divine light as she stared at Yi Fan's palm and fingers. So powerful! Ji Ziyue's big eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Her tense emotions relaxed, and crystal-clear tears hung on her jade-white cheeks. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? This group of people felt uncertain. They were very powerful, and there was no lack of people at the 8th transformation of Dragon Transformation. However, they had also used up too much divine power. Their situation was slightly better than Ji Haoyue's, but it was not suitable for an intense battle. This person, who had suddenly appeared, fought in close combat as if he was invincible, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They all had a bad feeling about this. Don't get close, use your magic treasures to kill him. Use the Thousand Slayers' bow and shoot him down. These people were determined and quickly made arrangements. Several strong people stepped forward, holding a dark green hard bow. They used all their strength to pull it into the shape of a full moon. At this moment, essence from all directions gathered towards them like a tide. This bow was very special. It was as if it had a soul, as if it contained a god, automatically absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It gently trembled and emitted a brilliant light, as if the entire mountain range was shaking. A divine light appeared on the bowstring and turned into an arrow, about to be shot. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a Holy Lord-level heavy weapon. It was no small matter, and even he felt a great threat. He saw the terrifying bloody hole on Ji Haoyue's body, and it was most likely caused by this bow. Kill! Once the Thousand Slayers' bow is out, kill everything in the world. These people shouted. Their voices were like thunder, and tens of thousands of leaves fell in disorder. It was a scene of desolation. Yi Fan did not want to be a live target for them. His big sleeves waved, and with one step he flashed 9 times, pressing forward with an indescribable trajectory. He went straight for the person holding the bow, and a divine light suddenly appeared on his finger as he pointed out. The Thousand Slayers' bow trembled, and that light arrow rushed out like a god. It let out a terrifying whistling sound, and its light illuminated the heaven and earth. It went straight for Yi Fan's head. This is the result of meddling in other people's business. It was clear that they were quite confident in this arrow, believing that it would definitely heavily injure Yi Fan. Everyone revealed a cold smile, and they all took out their magic treasures to attack together to destroy his soul. Yi Fan shifted and continuously dodged, but he discovered that a wisp of energy had locked onto him. No matter how he tried to escape, that divine light would not stop. The Thousand Slayers bow, as long as one's strength is great enough, all living things can be shot down. I don't believe you can dodge it. The people who drew the bow ridiculed. They were full of confidence. However, they did not dare to be careless. All types of ancient treasures were taken out, and they did not want to give Yi Fan the slightest chance. They supported the Thousand Slayers bow to kill the enemy. Swish, swish, Yi Fan's body was very indistinct, and he was like an unreal phantom. He moved from east to west, and he was as fast as a ghost. It was not something a flesh and blood person could do. How can his speed be so fast? Everyone was shocked. The arrow of light could not catch up to him and could only follow behind him. The ancient treasures also struck the void, but they did not harm a single hair on his body. Yi Fan also frowned. If he did not grasp the Rho formula, he would have been caught by the arrow of light a long time ago, and there was no way for him to escape. Continuing like this was not a solution. Clang. He suddenly stopped, and divine radiance burst forth from his finger. It collided with the arrow of light, and a blinding brilliance was released. Many people closed their eyes. You are courting death. You even dare to face the Thousand Slayers bow head-on. Reckless. Those people all revealed cold expressions. They were prepared to see Yi Fan's bones break and tendons snap, and his palm become tattered. However, their sneers quickly froze. Yi Fan's finger did not shatter and was still as good as before. He said to himself, such a powerful force. I was too careless and made my flesh bleed. At the tip of his finger, there was a brilliant drop of blood that rolled down. However, it did not injure his foundation, and only a drop of blood was left behind. He was sighing, but the others were shocked. The powerful Thousand Slayers bow only had this little effect? What? Even the skin was only pierced through? The Thousand Slayers bow can even injure a divine lord. Is he the ancient king? Why did he only bleed? Those people were stunned, and then they all felt a chill. What kind of powerful body was this? Not far away, Ji Haoyue was also startled, but he did not delay anything. He closed his eyes, and his whole body shone. He was rapidly healing his wounded body, wanting to recover his combat strength. Ji Ziyue was astonished. Her little canine teeth flickered with a sparkling luster as she wiped away her tears. Her big eyes that were like black gems rolled around nonstop. Is he that barbarian? In an instant, this group of people thought of that barbarian in the Qishir manner, who could shatter the palm and fingers of a supreme existence with his bare hands. Don't worry so much. Release all your divine power, draw the full moon divine bow, and shoot continuously. The others shouted. Several more people came forward and held the Thousand Slayers bow together, pulling the bowstring together. Swish, swish, swish. These people were close to going crazy. They did everything they could to activate the Thousand Slayers bow together. It was much more terrifying than before. It was as if a sun had fallen here, and there were tens of thousands of immortal lights. Light arrows were shot out one after another. Each arrow was like a dazzling comet streaking across the sky. The essence of the heavens and the earth surged like a tide, crazily pouring into the Thousand Slayers bow. Yi Fan also turned into a strand of light, and he used the Rho symbol art to the extreme. He walked under the terrifying light arrows and quickly closed in. If he really couldn't dodge, he would smash with his fist. Zheng, Chung. The sound was like the ringing of immortal swords, causing people's souls to palpitate. The terrifying collision caused sparks to fly in all directions. The earth was cut down several zhang by the light waves, and the scene was terrifying. Those people felt a chill. Yi Fan had extreme speed and an unparalleled physical body. He was a natural counter to them, and even the Thousand Slayers bow could not do anything to him. Ding. Yi Fan finally rushed forward. His right hand changed and formed a profound seal. At this moment, his aura rose sharply like a great emperor who ruled over the world. It made people have the urge to kowtow. Once the seal appeared, Yi Fan's essence, energy, and spirit rose to a level that made people revere him. There was a supreme pressure that looked down on the world. It was as if a human king had come into being, and only he was supreme. Humanoid King Seal. This was the first time Yi Fan used it. This kind of ancient technique was profound and immeasurable. It had the power to swallow mountains and rivers, and with a raise of his hand, it seemed as if he could destroy mountains and rivers and exterminate 10,000 races. This was the humanoid King Seal. Just this kind of aura was enough to make people tremble and almost prostrate in worship. It was as if they were really facing a supreme human king. The 1,000 Slayers' bow was sent flying by him in an instant. The people behind the bow were all turned into meat paste without exception, their bodies and souls destroyed. The long-lost humanoid King Seal? At this time, Ji Clan's divine king physique finally let out a cry of surprise for the first time. "Let's go!" The other people's expressions changed. One person shouted, and the others all retreated. There was no lack of strong people in the 8th transformation of Dragon Transformation among them, but now there was not much divine power left, and they could not fight at all. Yi Fan descended from the sky and suddenly attacked. His physical body and speed were shocking. In this space that was sealed by the formation, he had the absolute advantage, and they had no choice. Once the humanoid King Seal was used, it was invincible. Another person was beaten into a bloody mist, and nothing was left. The power was shocking. Yi Fan formed the humanoid King Seal and walked in the void. Every step he took made the whole world tremble. The power was shocking, and it was as if the Lord of the human race was walking. Every attack he made shook the mountains and rivers. No matter how far away they were, as long as they were aimed at the enemy, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. These people cried out in fear. They felt as if they were not facing a human, but a god. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. Those who were hit would definitely be smashed into pieces. There was no suspense at all. The humanoid King Seal was a kind of world-shocking sacred technique, and it made people horrified. Yi Fan seemed to have transformed into the king of the human race, and he walked in this boundless mortal world, looking down on all living things. Chapter 567. The human ruler seal was used without any suspense. It shattered the ancient tower, the bell, the cauldron, and many other treasures. Those people were sent flying far away, but they still could not escape the fate of their bodies collapsing. This kind of ancient inheritance was unimaginably powerful. It shocked even Yi Fan. His heart trembled, and at the same time he was incomparably happy. The embracing mountain seal, the human ruler seal, and the sky-flipping seal, this was only one seal. One could imagine how powerful the 3 seals would be when they were used together. Swish, swish. Finally, someone rushed out of the formation and escaped. Yi Fan did not use the row formula to chase after them. Instead, he took the 1,000 Slayers' bow into his hand. This bow was dark green and carved with many symbols. Its style was ancient, and one could tell at a glance that it had existed for a long time. It could kill Saint Lords, and its value was immeasurable. He held the 1,000 Slayers' bow and pulled the bowstring. He finally understood why those people had to work together to activate it. They needed great strength to move it, but this was not a problem for Yi Fan. There were not many people who could compete with him in terms of saint power. Buzz! With a light tremble, the bowstring was pulled. Sand and stones flew everywhere, wind and thunder rumbled, and all kinds of light curled up. Endless essence energy madly gathered. He pulled the 1,000 Slayers' bow into the shape of a full moon, and an arrow of light formed on the bowstring. When he let go, a divine light shot out, instantly disappearing into the clouds. A miserable scream rang out. That person and the cloud collapsed together, disappearing from the heaven and earth. Not even a bloody mist was left behind. Yi Fan pulled the bow a second time, and the arrow of light flew out, disappearing into the distance. A mountain peak exploded with a bang, and another person screamed as his body and soul were destroyed, leaving behind only a sky full of dust. The power of this bow was extremely terrifying and powerful. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Just now, if a superior person had shot at him with it, he would most likely be in danger. He fired 5 arrows in a row, and 5 divine lights cut through the sky. 5 great experts fell one after another, and not a single one could escape. Their blood dyed the sky, and they died here. Yi Fan caressed the Thousand Slayer's bow. This was a powerful treasure, and he loved it so much that he could not let go. His physical body was unparalleled in close combat, and with such a weapon for long-range combat, it could be said to be a perfect match for him. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Ji Haoyue's entire body was covered in blood. Even his hair was soaked in blood. He looked like a heavily injured divine tiger, but his might was still there. Yi Fan glanced at him and nodded. He didn't say anything. In the past, when he wasn't on good terms with the Ji family, he even thought about having a life and death battle with the godly king body. He swept his gaze across the mountainous region. There were more than 1 or 2 corpses of experts at the 8th transformation of the dragon realm. This made his heart tremble. Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled, and he was in such a sorry state. However, he had also displayed great might and killed so many great enemies. If news of this spread, it would definitely shake the 5 regions. The inheritance left behind by the great ancient emperor is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Ji Haoyue must have an unparalleled sacred art that no one knew about. It was said that the great ancient emperor's scripture had another secret chapter. Even among the direct descendants, only a few could practice it. The void scripture was a secret holy technique that no one knew about. It was imprinted by an ancient great emperor's divine will, and those who had seen it were all dead. Until now, apart from a few people, almost no one knew how terrifying it was. May I ask for brother's name? Ji Haoyue asked. His expression was calm, and his eyes were like still water. Yi Fan glanced at him and felt that the other party might have guessed something. His fingers were a little itchy, and he really wanted to pretend that he didn't know about the godly king body. Don't be in a hurry to ask for my name and thank me. Actually, I really want to give you a few slaps right now. Hey, why do you want to slap my brother? Ji Ziyue was unhappy. She glanced at him with her crescent eyes and wrinkled her delicate nose. I definitely know you. Then she smiled faintly, and 2 cute little dimples appeared on her jade-like cheeks. Thank you for saving us. She wiped away the tears on her face and stared at Yi Fan nonstop. Her big eyes were full of spirit and beauty. The black and white of her eyes were distinct, like gems, filled with intelligence. Are there flowers on my face? Yi Fan asked. I'm thinking of how to thank you. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly, and her little canines flashed with a crystal luster. She wrinkled her nose and said, You look like an old friend of mine. Yi Fan knew that she had most likely seen through something. The wisp of slyness in her eyes could not be concealed, but he did not want to expose her. Don't you want to know what he looks like? Ji Ziyue smiled. Oh, what does he look like? That guy cheats and swindles. He does all kinds of evil. He abducts and sells children, lets dogs commit murder, he can kill. He's so bad that he can't be any worse. He's often struck by lightning. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and counted with her slender fingers as she criticized seriously. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. He knocked her on the head and turned to leave. You guys go out early. Hey, stop right there. Ji Ziyue cried out in pain and rubbed her smooth, jade-like forehead. Grinding her little canine teeth, she ran over and blocked his path. Do you really want me to beat your brother up? Yi Fan smiled. Don't you dare. Ji Ziyue's beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow and her eyes were bright. She wrinkled her nose and mumbled after some thought. You're our savior. How can you leave just like that? Oh, do you want to repay me? Just give me any ancient scripture. Yi Fan smiled and walked forward again. Why do you always want to leave? How about this? You become a disciple of our Ji family and I'll teach you the void scripture. On the other side, Ji Haoyue's forehead was filled with black lines. She strode over and glanced at her sister. I really want to give you an ancient scripture. Don't not believe me. Ji Ziyue caught up with him again. Her big eyes were filled with smiles as she said very seriously, "If you teach me an ancient scripture, your brother will definitely be the first to attack and fight to the death with me." Yi Fan glanced at Ji Haoyue. "Don't ridicule my brother like that." Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Her big eyes looked towards the depths of the immortal mansion world. Then she lowered her voice and said, "I'll tell you the truth. In this world, there might really be ancient scriptures left behind by ancient emperors." Yi Fan's heart moved. Although the Ji family was far away in the eastern wilderness, they had once produced a great emperor. How many were there since ancient times? They must know some secrets. This place was an immortal mansion world. There were tens of thousands of people fighting in the ancient battlefield. The words, "Undying Heavenly Emperor," already indicated that it was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps they really knew some unknown secrets. Perhaps even the Void Emperor had come here before. After all, there were rumors that this place was related to the immortal domain. "How is it? Are you tempted?" Ji Ziyue's smile was very moving. Her bright eyes were kind and bright. Yi Fan couldn't help but touch his chin. He pondered seriously for a while. Suddenly he realized that this habit really shouldn't appear. He hurriedly put down his hand and found that Ji Ziyue was blinking her long eyelashes and smiling at him. "Benefactor, may I know your name?" The Ji family's little moon asked mischievously. At the side, Ji Haoyue's face was calm. He looked at his little sister dotingly, but when he looked at Yi Fan, he couldn't help but frown. "Dijon." Yi Fan said these 3 words. "Ah, you ate so many of my spirit beasts." Ji Ziyue's mouth formed an O shape. She didn't expect this at all. But then she laughed softly. Ji Haoyue was also startled and had a strange expression on his face. A supreme-grade overlord had come out of the immortal mountain, and he was extremely daring. Not only did he defeat many disciples of extraordinary warrior manner, he even ate their spirit beast. His infamy had already spread far and wide, so it was impossible not to know about him. Ji Ziyue couldn't stop laughing. Then she asked, "You captured Chi Chili. Where is she now? How is she now?" "I haven't killed her yet. She's still serving tea," Yi Fan answered. Ji Haoyue suddenly said, "You should release her as soon as possible. The monster from the southern mountains is still in seclusion. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." Yes, the people from the southern mountains are really strong. Especially a few of them, even my brother is afraid of them, Ji Ziyue said with concern. Yi Fan was shocked. Today, he truly understood the power of the Ji family's godly king physique. He tore apart a few Dragon Transformation 8 transformation cultivators and displayed the power of the Eastern Wilderness godly king. Were the people from the southern mountains so scary? He had to take this seriously. There were so many heroes in the 5 regions. There must be some unimaginable characters. You only know how to cause trouble. Ji Ziyue mumbled. When her brother wasn't paying attention, she rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Then she said softly, "I'll teach you a life-saving secret art. Ziyue, we should go out. Today's matter is not a small matter. We need to let the family leader know." At this moment, Ji Haoyue spoke. He then turned to Yi Fan and said, "I will repay you for saving my life in the future. Leave with us first. It's too dangerous here. It's easy for you to fall into danger alone. Wait for us to invite experts before we come in." Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Fan. "It's fine. I'll be careful." Yi Fan didn't want to leave. He only asked seriously which ancient scripture might appear here. It might be the Supreme Sovereign Scripture, or the Void Scripture, or even the Demon Emperor Scripture. "I can't be sure," Ji Haoyue said solemnly. "Why?" Yi Fan was surprised. Legend has it that this place is related to the immortal region. Some emperors came here before. Maybe they left something behind, Ji Ziyue answered. According to them, there would definitely be people coming here to search for the ancient inheritances of the immortal region to confirm certain things. They didn't say what exactly it was. According to some clues, there were definitely ancient scriptures in the depths of the immortal ancient world. There were also great secrets that no one knew about. Otherwise, the ancient emperors wouldn't have appeared here. Even the undying heavenly emperor might have come here long before the primordial era. Yi Fan couldn't stop thinking. The Ji siblings left. Ji Ziyue said that she would definitely come back soon. She told Yi Fan to be careful. In this savage world, danger and opportunity coexisted. Many people came here to try their luck. Every day, there would be treasures appearing and experts dying. The atmosphere was very tense. Yi Fan had been here for many days. He didn't go to the depths because there were already powerful figures that died in this region. 2 days later, he finally found something. There was an ancient tablet on the peak of a mountain. There were some spells carved on it. Although they were mysterious, they weren't what Yi Fan wanted the most. At this moment, he hoped to obtain the enlightenment marks of a top expert and find an opportunity to break through. Yi Fan comprehended for half a day. He had gained something and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a man landed on the peak. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he was quite extraordinary. He had a strong sense of confidence. This person had a medium build and looked to be 23 or 24 years old. His black hair was messy and his skin was dark. His eyes were sharp like lightning. He came in front of the ancient tablet with his hands behind his back. He was very arrogant and domineering. "Leave quickly, I want to enter seclusion here," he said calmly. Although there was no killing intent, it was unquestionable. It was as if life and death were up to him and everything was in his control. Yi Fan frowned. He glanced at this person and didn't say anything. However, he stopped and didn't leave. This man came in front of the ancient tablet with his hands behind his back and studied it seriously. He didn't continue to speak, and the two of them were in peace. After a while, Yi Fan glanced at him and didn't argue anymore. He was going to leave anyway, so there was no need to fight because of this. He landed on a peak not far away and continued to search for ancient ruins. Not long later, some people entered this mountain range. Most of them were young people. "Yen Yunwan is here. Everyone, please make a detour." A cold voice sounded. It was precisely the man Yi Fan saw just now. He stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back and swept his eyes in all directions. "What? Yen Yunwan is here? Let's leave quickly." "Why is he here? Could it be that he is going to enter seclusion again? He often has epiphanies. We can't provoke him. This is a monster." Most of these young people were disciples of the extraordinary warrior manner. They all felt restraining fear and retreated from this mountain range. Although they were of the same generation, they didn't dare to confront him head-on. Yi Fan was astonished. This person was truly powerful. Even the other holy child-level characters of the 5 great regions felt restraining fear. He was definitely extremely dangerous. Not long after, auspicious energy curled up on that mountain peak. Yen Yunwan sat cross-legged on top of a bluestone. As expected, he entered a meditative state. A hazy immortal mist enveloped this place. Yi Fan swept his eyes over but didn't look too much. He silently comprehended his own Tao and then turned around to leave. 2 days later, he arrived at a place with an unordinary atmosphere. Purple smoke rose from the cliffs, and the birds weren't startled by humans at all. Moreover, he discovered several stalks of over 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines that weren't eaten by land beasts. At the same time, another dozen or so people flew over. They also discovered this place and all of them descended. They wanted to search for the remains of the predecessors. They felt that there might be a cave here. "Yen Yunwan is here. Please leave." At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was that monster again. He also found this place. "You think we'll leave just because you say so?" Some people were unconvinced. This was most likely a precious land, so they didn't want to give it up. "Don't say too much and hurry up and leave." This person entered the extraordinary warrior manner while crossing tribulation. His strength is terrifying. Don't clash with him. Someone advised from the side. Soon after, several people flew away. There were still a few who didn't immediately leave. "Did you all not hear what I said?" Yen Yunwan looked over. His voice was cold and his tone unquestionable. The others hesitated as well. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Last time was fine, but this time, they encountered each other again, and they were still forcing him like this. He didn't say anything. He held the 10,000 Deaths bow in his hand and directly drew the bowstring. It was like a full moon as it released tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth lost color. Wind and thunder roared, and the mountains trembled. Xiao. Yi Fan drew his precious bow and shot the arrow at the monster without the slightest bit of restraining fear. This made everyone in the surroundings extremely shocked. Yen Yunhuan rushed up and dodged to the side. His eyes shot out two streaks of cold light. That arrow was like a streak of lightning. It immediately shattered a mountain peak in front of it. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. He was unhurried as he drew the 10,000 death's bow. An even more powerful arrow of light shot out. Who is this? He actually dares to shoot at the extraordinary warrior Manor's heaven-defying monster? Chapter 568. Yi Fan held the 10,000 Slayer's bow and pulled back the dragon string. It was shaped like a full moon, and spiritual energy poured down from all directions into the bow. Light illuminated the heavens, and symbols swam about like tadpoles as if they were alive. Xiao. The bowstring trembled, and the second arrow of light shot out. It was like a rainbow as it went straight for Yen Yunhuan's throat. Wu sounds rang out as if a demonic god was pouncing over with great power. Ding. Yen Yunhuan's eyes flashed with divine light. His right hand formed an imprint, and like a golden crow, he flew across the sky. With a fierce slash, the entire space distorted, isolating him from the outside world. Even his figure became blurry. Swoosh! The second arrow brushed past him, and it still didn't hit its target. His eyes became even more resplendent, but his expression was still incomparably cold. He stared at Yi Fan as if he was looking at a dead man as he walked forward. Who exactly is it that dares to take action against a heaven-defying genius? The power of the arrow penetrated through the void. He is definitely not an ordinary person. This arrow's destructive power is extremely great. That is a terrifying precious bow. The people at the side were all astonished. They couldn't help but discuss and hide far away, fearing that they would be dragged into the battle between these two. Yi Fan smiled and didn't mind. He pulled back the bowstring for the third time, and light rushed into the heavens. A light arrow that looked as if it was forged from gold shot out, piercing through the void and flying out. Wu, the power of this arrow was even greater, and it drew out a terrifying crack in the sky. It was pitch black like an abyss, and one couldn't see the bottom of it with a single glance. The golden arrow of light was like a holy spirit that was born into the world. Yen Yunhuan stopped his steps. He didn't underestimate his opponent at all, and he moved to the side to avoid the sharp tip. Then, his hand formed an imprint that flowed with Tao energy, and he forcefully struck the arrow shaft. He had already avoided 2 arrows, and this time, he wanted to break the arrow and reveal his thunderous methods. He wanted to kill Yi Fan and end this battle once and for all. His face became even colder. Suddenly, his expression changed as he felt a powerful killing intent. There was an incomparably sharp tip that was aimed at his head and the middle of his back, closing in on him like lightning. The other people cried out in alarm. The first 2 light arrows that had been shot out had returned, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Together with the third light arrow, they rushed back and shot towards Yen Yunhuan's vital parts. The 10,000 Slayer's bow was a secret artifact. It possessed great destructive power and could lock onto a person's chi. Unless the arrow of light was destroyed, it would be very difficult to stop. The first arrow of light shattered the mountain peak, and the second arrow of light brushed past Yen Yunhuan's shoulder. Now they both reappeared, flying back. Their power didn't decrease in the slightest, and heaven and earth's spiritual essence continuously poured in. Treasure, this is a powerful magic treasure. Could this be the legendary Thousand Slayer's bow? As long as one is strong enough, they can shoot down anything in the world. The spectators were all moved. They all widened their eyes and stared at the bow in Yi Fan's hand without blinking. Xiao! Xiao! The last 2 arrows had already passed through the mountain peak and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, they suddenly rushed back, extremely forceful and powerful, killing intent filling the air. Yen Yunhuan was extremely calm. His hands formed an imprint, and then he slowly but powerfully moved them. That place immediately became indistinct, and it was extremely mysterious. It was as if a door was opened. What kind of secret technique is this? Why does it feel like he left this world? Someone cried out in shock. At this moment, Yan Yunluan seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. He broke free from the shackles of this world and stood in a void. The 3 arrows arrived at the same time, but not a single one hit him. They all deviated and disappeared into the horizon, only leaving behind a terrifying fluctuation and 3 great spatial cracks. What a powerful divine arrow! If one was hit by it, their body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Yan Yunluan is also quite terrifying. He calmly evaded it. He really isn't just a normal type of powerful. Evading is useless. Yan Yunluan can only destroy these arrows. He is most likely going to use a powerful attack. In the distance, Yi Fan's mind was also shaken. The other party seemed to have transcended the world, allowing him to see through the profoundness of this technique. This was definitely a powerful holy technique. However, he didn't delay and continued to pull the Wanling bow. Arrow after arrow shot out, but every light arrow needed a powerful impact to destroy. Xiu! 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 Each arrow was more powerful than the last. Yi Fan almost collapsed the vault of heaven. 9 arrows streaked across the sky like 9 rainbows, destroying everything in their way. Their momentum was terrifying. Dang! Yan Yunluan was expressionless. He had no choice but to make a move. He held the ancient halberd in his hand and hacked horizontally. His skin was dark, his black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were frightening. He danced with the heavenly wind as if he wanted to split the sky. Clang! Clang! The great halberd flew horizontally. The snow-white halberd blade flickered with traces of blood energy. It was terrifying, and its destructive power was extremely great. Everyone in the distance was overwhelmed with shock, and their expressions all changed. With such powerful battle prowess, I feel that he can cut apart an expert of the 9th dragon transformation. This is truly a monster. It's hard to believe that he actually has such battle prowess. In the end, we still underestimated him. He is even more terrifying than we imagined. Everyone cried out in alarm, and their hearts were all palpitating. This monster's strength was beyond their expectations. Yan Yunluan had a medium build, but when he danced with the ancient halberd, it was domineering and awe-inspiring. It was as if a war god had descended to the world. His eyes were like lightning, and as they flew about, they were as black as ink. The snow-white halberd blade was frightening to the soul. Pooh! Pooh! The great halberd cut through the vault of heaven, and the halberd blade was filled with blood energy. Every time it landed, a light arrow would be cut into pieces, and the arrow would turn into tens of thousands of rays of light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Not long after, the 9 lightning-like arrows were all turned into fine powder. Yan Yunluan was like a god of death. His eyes were frighteningly cold as he walked in the void, pressing forward. Boom! Yan Yunluan raised the ancient halberd high and chopped down. 1,000 zhang long divine light gushed out, and with a destructive force, it rushed towards Yi Fan. This was the killing light that rushed out from the halberd blade. It was accompanied by rays of bloody light, and the killing intent was oppressive. It was terrifying, and the endless mountains in the surroundings were shaking. It was as if the vault of heaven was about to fall. Such powerful battle prowess, even those at the 9th transformation of the dragon realm would be at a disadvantage. Is this the power of Yan Yunluan? As expected, he is unstoppable. His peers must retreat. To the side, everyone retreated far away, fearing that they would be killed by the terrifying halberd. This kind of light was enough to kill a saint child. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if he danced with the ancient halberd and fought against the heroes. How many people of the same generation could withstand it? Yi Fan formed seals with his right hand, and his aura became heavy. It was as if he was embracing the divine moon, as if he was pushing a mountain, and as if he was manifesting the Tao. He struck out. Boom! At the tip of his finger, a black mountain appeared. It towered into the clouds, and its aura was majestic. In an instant, it filled the sky, and the black mass was enough to collapse the world. The embracing mountain seal. At this moment, he struck out one of the 3 great seals. It belonged to the earth seal of the heaven, earth, and man 3 seals, and its power was beyond imagination. This part of the world seemed to be shattered. Energy storms were everywhere, and light was everywhere. It was like boiling magma, destroying all tangible objects. The towering black mountain towered into the clouds, crushing the sky. It was majestic and terrifying. It continuously crushed everything, destroying everything as if it wanted to destroy the world. And the huge blade light from the ancient halberd was like a river of stars descending, boundless and endless. The two collided, and just the shockwaves alone caused the mountains below to collapse. This was a scene of doomsday. Everyone was horrified, and they were powerless to stop it. Everyone's heart palpitated, and they could only retreat again and again. In the end, the Black Mountain was split into pieces. The halberd pierced through, but it also quickly disappeared. Endless splendor shot into the sky. When everything calmed down, everyone's hair stood on end. The power of Yen Yunhuan's halberd had destroyed more than 10 mountains. Everywhere was a scene of desolation, broken branches and rubble were everywhere. He's not a human being. This kind of power is terrifying. He's about the same age as us, yet he has such battle prowess. It's hard to imagine. On the other side, Yi Fan was also shocked. Demon-level characters were indeed terrifying. They couldn't be calculated with reason at all. The ancient halberd's attack had shattered the sky. It was too shocking. Fortunately, his physical body was unparalleled. If it were any other saint child and the others, they would have been killed without any suspense. It was almost unstoppable. He had to evolve into the hidden dragon realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill such a great enemy who was many levels higher than him. It was really too terrifying. You actually survived. Yen Yunhuan seemed to be deeply surprised. He was very confident in his attack. Even those at the 8th or 9th transformation of the dragon transformation would be killed. His expression was cold as he strode forward, causing the void to tremble. Many mountains below trembled, leaves swirled in the air, and huge boulders tumbled down. It was incomparably terrifying. You dare to draw your bow against me? Today I will kill you. He was very conceited. His black hair flew in the wind, and his eyes were filled with threatening electricity. Although he wasn't very tall, with the ancient halberd in his hand, he was like an ancient god of war. People needed to look up to him and look down on the world. Yi Fan sneered coldly and said, "I haven't lived enough. Let me kill you." He didn't say anything else. He held the Wand Slayer bow and pulled the bowstring. He poured in saint power, and an endless amount of essence energy crazily surged. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky changed color. At this moment, Yi Fan and the divine bow seemed to have become one. Just like the bow, his body was also dyed with a layer of mysterious luster, and a powerful aura flowed out. The two were inseparable as if they were naturally one. Boundless divine power fluctuated, and a light arrow pierced through the sky and flew out at high speed. This arrow is useless against me. It can't hurt me at all. Yen Yunhuan's expression was cold. He didn't care at all. Holding the ancient halberd in his hand, he immediately chopped down. What a heaven-defying monster! The divine arrow that could kill a saint child can't injure him at all. The others exclaimed in admiration. They felt rather unbalanced inside. Yi Fan was expressionless, and there was no change in his mood. At this moment, he only made a single movement. Not only did he draw the bow and shoot the arrow, the entire area became resplendent. He was completely enveloped by the holy light. Dang King! Yen Yunhuan hacked at the light arrow, releasing ear-splitting sounds. A few arrows didn't break and shot into the distance. With a hong sound, they shattered the cliff. One could well imagine how powerful these arrows were. It was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. Boundless fluctuations surged, and it was as if a tsunami was happening here. Gradually, Yen Yunhuan revealed a serious expression. The divine light in his eyes was terrifying, and the ancient halberd in his hand danced even faster. The divine light hacked out broke many mountain peaks. Something's wrong. Isn't that the legendary Wand Slayer Bao? How can he continuously shoot light arrows like this? It is rumored that an ordinary person can only draw the bowstring a dozen or so times before collapsing. Right now, he has already shot out several dozen arrows. The spectators finally discovered this abnormality. They were all overwhelmed with shock. Just what kind of background did this person have? Did he have the power to move mountains? How could he never be exhausted? Woo-woo. The arrow pierced through the sky. In this short period of time, Yi Fan shot out several dozen more arrows. Every single arrow was dazzling like a meteor streaking across the horizon. It was absolutely shocking. Heavens! Over 100 arrows. Even a powerful saint child is nothing more than this, right? What shocked everyone was that Yi Fan's expression didn't change at all. He was still drawing the Wand Slayer Bao and continuously shooting out golden light. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden lights rushed out and submerged everything in front of him. Boom, boom. A few divine arrows brushed past Yan Yunwan's shoulder. Every strike would shatter a cliff. The power was peerless, and it made everyone's entire body go cold. This is too inconceivable. What kind of power does he possess? There are already over 100 divine arrows, and he is still shooting. Everyone was shaken. Yi Fan's aura was like a rainbow. He became one with the Wand Slayer Bao and gathered essence energy from all directions. Even the sun had a beam of resplendent divine light flowing over, pouring down like a waterfall. Each arrow he shot out was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, over 100 arrows had been shot out. At this moment, several hundred golden rainbows were extremely dazzling as they covered Yan Yunlun. Moreover, the number of arrows was still increasing, becoming more and more terrifying. Boom, boom. A few mountain peaks were blasted off by the arrow light. Rubble flew into the sky, and the scene was extremely horrifying. If this continued, this mountain range would be shot down by Yi Fan. Heavens, is he the incarnation of that barbarian? The saint force is endless, and he has the power to move mountains. This Wand Slayer Bao is unrivaled in his hands. Yan Yunwan will most likely be shot to death. Chapter 569. One arrow to shatter a mountain peak. How powerful was this power? When it hit a person's body, it would definitely wither and nothing would be left. Everyone was tongue-tied. As time passed, Yi Fan had already shot out more than 700 arrows. Each arrow was like a resplendent rainbow that illuminated the sky. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying fluctuations in this area. It was as if a starry sky was being destroyed, causing people's souls to palpitate. Many powerful beasts hid far away and didn't dare to come close in fear of a disaster. Many cultivators watched from afar and no one dared to approach. How could they fight like this? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. Hundreds of light arrows shot out at the same time like meteors falling from the sky. From time to time, some cliffs would be shattered into pieces. No one could withstand such a terrifying power. Even half-step experts would have to frown if they came. Such terrifying divine arrows formed a rain of light that interweaved and pierced through the clouds and mountains. 711, 712. Many people were counting and finding it more and more inconceivable. Precious splendor flowed around Yi Fan's body. His blood energy was like an ocean that drowned out half the sky. He showed no signs of exhaustion. When people counted to 720 arrows, Yan Yunwan couldn't bear it anymore. Golden rainbows filled the sky and each arrow was more than 10,000 caddies heavy, causing his arm to go numb. One had to know that each arrow could collapse a mountain peak. With so many gathered together, even the supreme elder of the Holy Land was about to vomit blood. Yan Yunwan was a monster in the eyes of the world. He was not afraid of those at the 8th or even 9th transformation. He was confident that he could kill Yi Fan, but at this moment, he was incomparably sullen. No matter how powerful his divine abilities were, it was useless. His opponent had the Thousand Slayers Bao and had completely sealed the sky. He simply couldn't charge over and fight with his opponent. At this moment, Yan Yunwan was a live target that endured the attacks of hundreds of rainbows. He held the ancient halberd and waved the heavenly dipper, but it was still useless. Although he had broken most of the light arrows, his opponent's aura was continuously increasing. His divine power was inexhaustible. If this continued, he would definitely be shot to death without any suspense. Even though Yen Yunhuan had the bearing of a war god, he was tired now. Although the ancient halberd in his hand could split the heavens, it wasn't as fierce as before. Clang, king. He slashed continuously, charging at Yi Fan several times, but he was forced back every time, and a disaster almost befell him. Anger and grievance made him extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. An arrow pierced through the sun, as if it was an eternal light from beyond the heavens. It suddenly attacked, bringing with it a lock of Yen Yunhuan's black hair, turning it into ashes. It almost pierced through his skull. His gaze was incomparably cold. Without saying a single word, he turned around and left. There was no way to continue this battle. When his divine power was exhausted, he would definitely be killed. Didn't you want to kill me? Don't think you can leave so easily. Yi Fan gave chase, calmly drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. The 10,000 Deaths bow merged with him, like a precious wheel of the celestial realm, dazzling with brilliance. Clang. The divine arrow left behind a long tail light that was several li long. It was incomparably dazzling, but it was also extremely terrifying. Its destructive power was astonishing. When it landed on the heavenly art halberd, it trembled intensely. Don't force me. Yen Yunhuan turned around and coldly glanced at him before charging into the distance. So what if I force you? Yi Fan didn't seem to care in the slightest. The other party wanted to kill him, so what else was there to care about? If he could kill him, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. More than 700 divine arrows shot out, and within them, there were 150 that didn't shatter. They turned into a curtain of rain, releasing dazzling brilliance as they chased after him endlessly. Clang, clang. Yen Yunhuan was finally in a somewhat sorry state. The heavenly art halberd almost flew out of his hands several times, and traces of blood appeared on his body. Several arrows brushed past his body, almost seriously injuring him. As a freak-level existence, his speed was indeed far greater than the other holy children's, but compared to the rose symbol art, he was still far inferior. He couldn't break free. Now everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yen Yunhuan was really going to fall? When they thought of this result, a commotion immediately broke out. Yi Fan fired another arrow. He concentrated all of his strength, releasing a terrifying radiance. The Dao mark was drawn out, and deafening lightning radiance flickered. Clang. This arrow's power was heavy and ferocious. It shook Yen Yunhuan's arm until it was numb, and he almost threw away the heavenly art halberd. He was sent flying several hundred zhang away by a huge force, and even a mountain peak was shattered. It was another arrow like this, and it contained Yi Fan's essence energy. It pierced through the void and arrived in an instant, its tail light reaching 7 to 8 li. Clang. At this moment, the heavenly art halberd almost became deformed. This arrow collapsed a mountain peak, causing rubble to tumble down and smoke to soar into the sky. Yen Yunhuan was buried alive below. No one's expression didn't change. The Thousand Slayers' bow was too terrifying, and it was held in the hands of this youth with heaven overflowing divine strength. It was practically killing gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. Yen Yunhuan let out a long hiss, and his entire body blossomed with purple light. He rushed out from the pile of rubble, and with the heavenly art halberd in hand, he continuously hacked down dozens of arrows before flying away without even turning his head back. At this time, Yi Fan was finally a bit tired. It was already not bad for an ordinary person to draw the bow a dozen or so times, but he had already shot more than 700 arrows. He didn't want to let this evildoer go, so he continued to circulate his divine power. Moreover, he had activated the All character and was earnestly drawing back the Thousand Slayers' bow's dragon string. Shio. Finally, the arrow was released. It was exceptionally terrifying, and it didn't seem like an arrow of light at all. It was more like a dragon that was more than 10 li long. The terrifying fluctuations almost caused many people to kneel down. Many people almost fell from the sky as they cried out in alarm. Clang. This arrow pierced through the heavenly art halberd that was interwoven with the natural laws of heaven and earth. The halberd shaft responded with a sound, and the 10 li-long arrow destroyed all things. The void violently shook, and a boundless starry domain appeared. Yen Yunhuan entered it, and he displayed his own phenomenon at this crucial moment. Boundless starry domain. Someone cried out in alarm, and everyone was greatly moved. This kind of phenomenon was extremely rare, and not many people could cultivate it even in the ancient times. They didn't expect this evildoer to grasp it. The divine arrow that was more than 10 li long didn't stop after rushing in. Although it was quickly dimming, it wasn't obliterated. It was still flying through the starry domain, chasing after Yen Yunhuan. A streak of bloody light splashed out as the arrow of light finally pierced through Yen Yunhuan. Then, it dissipated in that starry domain, bringing forth a large amount of blood. However, Yen Yunhuan didn't die. His body only trembled for a moment before he put away the boundless starry domain and rushed into the distant sky. Yen Yunhuan was injured by someone. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. This kind of evildoer had heaven-defying methods, and even a powerhouse at the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, at this moment he was almost killed by someone with an arrow. This was, without a doubt, sensational news, causing the cultivators in this region to be in an uproar. On the other hand, Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person was really too powerful. That arrow was enough to destroy the body and spirit of a dragon and turn a mountain into dust. However, Yen Yunhuan escaped, and his life wasn't in danger. The arrow merely pierced through his body, and it didn't destroy his vitality. Breaking into the dragon transformation realm, I must break into the dragon transformation's secret realm as soon as possible. This was the voice in Yi Fan's heart, and it was incomparably strong. Otherwise, if he were to engage in a battle of life and death with such an evildoer without the Thousand Slayers' bow, he would most likely be in danger. Because there was a difference of several realms, and the gap was too large, even if he had a holy physique, he couldn't go against this kind of evildoer. He had to raise his own realm. Yi Fan chased after him, and he continuously activated the secret of all, shooting out unparalleled holy arrows that contained his essence, qi, and spirit. At this moment his opponent's divine power was insufficient, and he was injured, so it was the best opportunity to kill him. Yen Yunhuan is finished. If this goes on, he will die without a doubt. What a pity. It's not that he can't win. If he didn't have the Thousand Slayers' bow, even if a supreme elder from the Holy Land came personally, he might not be able to kill him. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Yi Fan chased after the evildoer, and the two of them flew for over 100 li. He shot 9 arrows in a row, and all of them pierced through the boundless starry sky. 4 of them pierced through Yen Yunhuan's body, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Along the way, everyone was dumbfounded. The odd warrior Manor's disciples couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yen Yunhuan was actually being chased by someone. It was like a fantasy story. Who is that person? He actually forced an evildoer into such a state. What's his background? It's actually him. After someone carefully identified him, they were stupefied, recognizing Yi Fan. They couldn't say anything for a long time. Who is it? He's the lord outside the immortal mountain. He even captured Princess Qi. I went to watch the battle and saw him. He's the supreme Lord Yizhoutian who ate many spirit beasts and hunted outside the immortal mountain with a huge bow on his back. That's right, it's him. After confirming who it was, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too inconceivable. This lord was truly powerful, and even an evildoer could be killed. Poof! Blood blossomed. Yen Yunhuan's body trembled again, and he almost fell out of the boundless starry domain. Yi Fan pierced through him for the 7th time, but he was even more shaken. The 7 arrows were enough to turn 7 great mountains into flying ashes, yet this person still hadn't died. Young man, you should forgive people wherever possible. An old man arrived on a cloud. With a sweep of his sleeves, he shattered the holy arrow shot by Yi Fan using the all-secret touch and blocked his path. At the same time, his right hand pressed down in the void. The other dozens of divine arrows were all shattered, not a single one remaining. This was a supreme existence from the odd warrior manner. He attached great importance to these evildoers and had left imprints on their bodies. After learning of the danger, he immediately rushed over to rescue them. Yi Fan was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Forget about a Holy Lord level character, he didn't even have the slightest bit of hope against a half-step supreme existence. He wouldn't throw his life away. Young man, we can have a chat. The supreme existence from the odd warrior manner transmitted his voice. Shua. Yi Fan didn't reply. He circulated the aspect formula and entered the depths of the mountain range, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Yi Fan entered a land enshrouded in purple mist. Strange flowers were in full bloom here, and jade grasses were everywhere. There were many orchids and spirit medicines. Donda. Yi Fan was astonished. He found the heartless Taoist Duanda wandering around this spiritual land. This fellow has a profound understanding of burial grounds. Could he have seen something here? Duanda had entered and exited the Demon Emperor's tomb 9 times and even found the 9 secret burial grounds in Lizhou. He truly had unfathomable abilities. I'll follow behind him and snatch his treasures this time, Yi Fan secretly decided. In the past, Duanda had seized several spirit items in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The heartless Taoist wandered around for half a day and suddenly made a move. He shattered a cliff and a cave dwelling appeared there with auspicious light flowing out. The immortal residence has appeared. Suddenly, Duanda yelled at the top of his lungs, wishing he could attract everyone. When did this bastard become so selfless? What is he trying to do? Yi Fan was puzzled. In just a short moment, many cultivators were alarmed and flew over from the distant mountain range. They landed here and stared at the ancient cave overflowing with colorful lights. Meanwhile, Duanda had already retreated into the distant mountains. Yi Fan quietly followed. He didn't believe that the heartless Taoist would be so kind-hearted and definitely had some plans. Hee, you guys go and break the restriction. This poor Taoist thanks you guys. Duanda laughed mischievously. This bastard really can't change his spots. Yi Fan cursed. Not long after, Duanda arrived dozens of miles away. There was a bright and clean lake here with thin mist lingering around. The orchids on the shore were emitting auspicious lights like an otherworldly pure land. When you guys break the restriction, the lake will sink and the real cave dwelling will appear. There are most likely some extraordinary treasures here. Fatty Duan rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. This guy is really something. He asked someone to break the restriction from dozens of miles away, but he just sits here and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Yi Fan looked down on him, but he was also very surprised. In the distance, a figure flashed and a peerless beauty appeared. She passed through the immortal meridian and walked towards the clear lake. It was Princess Yu Dai. Princess? Yi Fan transmitted his voice and called her over. Why are you here? Princess Yu Dai was surprised. Don't tell me you want to bathe here? Don't go there. If you wait here, there will most likely be a mortal fate. Yi Fan laughed. Princess Yu Dai rolled her eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I just felt that this place is full of spiritual energy and is not an ordinary place, so I came to take a look. After that, her expression froze while a wisp of surprise appeared on her delicate face. She'd noticed Duanda, who was at the bank of the lake, and he was sneakily hiding behind a limestone. This person is very mysterious, and he is also a disciple of the extraordinary warrior manner. It is said that there was a monster who wanted to test his skills but was unable to find out his depths. With regards to this result, Yi Fan was not surprised in the slightest. This heartless Taoist could even escape from the hands of major characters. Wu Dao of the 13 Bandits had chased him for a long time but still could not catch him. Suddenly, auspicious clouds rose into the sky from afar. Endless light flowed, and the mountain range was full of spiritual energy, accompanied by waves of immortal music. This was the spiritual land from before. Many cultivators were taking action to break the restriction. Even from far away, divine light could be seen rushing up, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone in this area rushed over at the first moment. This kind of scene was very similar to the sign of a cave-dwelling opening. Yi Fan was speechless. Fatty Duan was indeed heartless, causing those people to work for nothing. At the same time, he attracted the attention of many experts. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Gulp. Specks of light overflowed from the lake water and quickly descended. The spiritual energy was many times denser. It really is an entrance. This should be a real cave dwelling. With such a scale, it was most likely left behind by a saint. It might even be related to an ancient emperor. Perhaps an ancient scripture will appear. Fatty Duan said to himself excitedly. Chapter 570. The lake water sank and immortal light flickered underground, emitting strange sounds. Not long after, the entire immortal lake disappeared, and a great rift valley appeared. It was formed by stone cliffs, as if someone had intentionally carved it out to form a lake. Draconic chi seeped out from below. An ancient cave flowed with immortal light, containing draconic chi that gushed outwards. It was not that intense, but there was a kind of immortal charm to it. One look was enough to tell that this was not an ordinary place. Ha! Fatty Duan laughed loudly. This place was very quiet, and no one else was alarmed. In the distance, everyone was still fighting to enter the cave within the immortal vein. Who would have thought that this was all part of the evil Taoist's plan? He was just borrowing their strength. Only this poor Taoist can break this chain of caves. Duanda was very conceited and complacent. He chuckled continuously and disappeared in with a flash. This person is truly mysterious, actually having such methods. Everyone else has been used. Princess Yu Dai was astonished. She hadn't expected Fatty Duan to be so dishonest. Yi Fan waited with her for a while, and then they landed at the bottom of the dried-up immortal lake. There were many cliffs, and an ancient cave flickered with light. An immortal door covered in dense symbols had already opened. This damn Fatty is really not a good person. For the sake of opening this door, he had so many cultivators work for him from dozens of li away. Yi Fan cursed silently. He always felt that Duanda deserved a beating, but up until now, no one had been able to make him suffer. This place is very mysterious. Princess Yu Dai frowned. Although the stone door was open, there were still many traces of formation patterns within. These ancient patterns had existed for who knew how many years. They were mysterious and complicated, and even when they tried to deduce the Tao patterns, they couldn't see through them. The two of them couldn't be considered profound in the Tao patterns, and they frowned. If they entered rashly, they might be trapped. It was most likely as Duanda said, and it might be related to the ancient emperors. You wait here first, I'll go in and take a look. Yi Fan decided to use the row formula to pass through the ancient formation and give it a try. Otherwise, if he waited any longer, the entire cave would be emptied out by Fatty Duan. Be careful. Yu Dai warned, her bright eyes and white teeth, her breath fragrant. Yi Fan disappeared with a flash, walking within the auspicious light. This ancient cave wasn't damp, rather dry. There were no pearls embedded, but there were many strange stones releasing multicolored light. Within the abode, immortal mist was enshrouded and resplendent, giving it the feeling of an immortal realm. They didn't travel far before they saw a white jade staircase that led even further into the depths. Immortal Juice Jade Elixir. Yi Fan was shocked. There was a spring to the side, and a small Tao platform next to it. It was no more than half a foot tall, and there was a small bowl on top of it. Inside, there was a white liquid. This was the earth milk produced by the great earth spiritual root. If it was the juice produced by the ancestral root, it would have the effects of reviving the flesh and bones of the dead. It was only ranked below undying divine medicine, a priceless immortal treasure. Unfortunately, this is not the real immortal nectar. It is just the milk of an ordinary spirit root. Yi Fan looked at it carefully and felt regretful. Suddenly, his expression became serious. The small platform that was half a foot tall was quite special. It was sparkling and translucent, and wisps of spiritual energy seeped out from it. It possessed a mysterious aura. This is condensed from Immortal Juice Jade Elixir. Yi Fan was shocked, feeling incomparably shaken. In the past, immortal treasures were produced here, freely dripping down, allowing the spiritual energy to scatter, forming this type of half-a-foot-tall small Dao platform. It seemed like the Immortal Juice Jade Elixir had all flowed out, and later on, only ordinary earth milk could be produced. At this moment, Yi Fan felt his heart ache. His liver ached, and his stomach ached. Half-a-foot-tall small Dao platform, just how much immortal milk was needed to condense this? It really was too extravagant and wasteful. Without a doubt, endless years ago, this place was connected to an ancestral vein immortal root. There was immortal juice that was produced, and all of it dripped down, not used by anyone. Yi Fan released a long sigh. In the end, he put this small Dao platform away. It was heavy in his hands, as if it was a small mountain peak, leaving him rather shocked. It looked like a piece of beautiful jade, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Normal cultivators couldn't lift it at all. He muttered inwardly. Immortal Juice Jade Elixir could only be discovered and not sought. He had never heard of so much being produced before, and even more so, no one would waste it, allowing it to naturally dry up. Yi Fan felt that this small Dao platform's material was special. In the future, it might have great uses. Multicolored mists swirled about. The ancient cave was extremely dreamy. Yi Fan used the row symbol art to break through the formation patterns. He passed through the white jade stairs, entering the depths of the cave. The withered spiritual medicines all have medicinal ages of several tens of thousands of years. He discovered a few plants in a spacious cave. They were planted in a jade field, clearly precious objects. Only, they had long withered for who knew how many years. Only undying divine medicines could exist forever in this world, never wither. Other medicinal herbs, after growing for many tens of thousands of years, would eventually die, their spiritual energy scattering. Don't tell me they only died after growing for 80 to 90,000 years? Yi Fan said to himself. If this was the case, then it really was letting divine objects return to dust, dust to dust. After absorbing so much heaven and earth spiritual energy for nothing, in the end, it scattered again. Suddenly, his expression went rigid. There was a person sitting right in front of him, not the slightest bit of aura. Only when he got closer did he notice it. It's an old ape. Yi Fan was astonished. This was an ancient ape that had died countless years ago. Its ash-gray fur would turn to dust with the slightest touch. Only the pure white bones within were still flapping with luster. Without a doubt, this cave had existed for at least 80 to 90,000 years. For the old ape's remains to be preserved until now, it was enough to prove just how powerful and terrifying it was when it was alive. Yi Fan muttered to himself. After carefully examining the white jade bones, this old ape was at least an extreme Holy Lord level powerhouse. But looking at its appearance and the layout of this ancient cave, it was clearly only guarding the cave and didn't seem like the master of this place. This is an extreme Holy Lord level old ape. Could it only be a mountain guarding spirit beast? As he thought of this possibility, his heart raced. Just what sort of character was the master of this cave? Yi Fan walked forward, his heart restless. This place was most likely the cave of an ancient saint, or perhaps it was even left behind by an ancient great emperor. Perhaps there really was an ancient scripture here. Where did that damned fatty run off to? He didn't dare to delay. He activated the row formula and quickly walked forward in search of Duanda's whereabouts. In the depths of the cave, dragon chi curled up and multicolored light flickered. He arrived at a relatively open area. There were many jade trees here, and they were no more than half a meter tall. Undying Wonder Tree? Yi Fan was shocked. The more he looked, the more he felt this was a mysterious place. There were a total of 49 jade trees here, and they were all different colors. Some were like red agate, some were dark green like leaves, and there were even some that were as resplendent as gold. The 49 jade trees weren't carved by people, but were planted. They took root in the jade, and their roots were like dragons. The ancient records are actually true. After Yi Fan came to this world in order to find the way home, he had read many strange ancient books in these years. He had seen many absurd records. Earth essence could give birth to jade trees, and they could grow as if they had a life of their own. If they were obtained by saints or great emperors, they could be refined into supreme weapons with unparalleled might. If they were nurtured by ancestral veins and celestial roots, they could give birth to jade trees that were comparable to the divine treasures of great emperors. Once they were refined into treasures, there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed. The large black dog had once told him a legend. 180,000 or 90,000 years ago, there was an ancient saint who successfully refined an undying wonder tree. Each branch had 7 leaves, and with a light brush, it could destroy all things. It was invincible. 7 by 7, 49 jade trees. He really wants to refine an undying wonder tree. Yi Fan became more and more shocked the more he looked at them. They were rooted in the jade veins, and their arrangement was very particular. They were complicated and profound, and if one looked closely, there were patterns on every single one of them, and they were interwoven with all kinds of mysterious marks of the Tao. There are 50 in the Yen number, and out of the 40, 9 are related to the Great Tao. There's still one left, and it's the one that escaped, which is that undying wonder tree. Yi Fan was excited. These jade trees had already died, and turned into jade stones. The endless mysterious power must have been seized by that one that escaped, and refined into an undying wonder tree. He searched carefully and finally found the 50th, which was the one that escaped, the undying wonder tree. It failed and it withered. Yi Fan was dazed. Why did it turn out like this? This was really a waste of a divine treasure. No, not all of them were destroyed. There should be a part of the wondrous branch. Yi Fan discovered that although the entire jade tree was withered, without luster, and there were cracks on it, there was a section missing, as if it had just been broken off by someone not long ago. Donda. He suddenly thought of the damn fatty. It must have been him who had broken off. At the top of the withered jade tree, there should be a flawless tender branch of the undying wonder tree that hadn't died. Although the refinement had failed, that small section definitely had endless miraculous uses. A section of the undying wonder tree. Yi Fan was moved. That was definitely a divine object. The damn fatty really had great luck, actually obtaining such a precious treasure. I'll ambush him in a bit and demand karma from him. He stole so many of my treasures in the past, so it's just the right time to repay him. Yi Fan began to ponder over how to deal with Duanda. He left this place and walked forward, entering an ancient medicine refinement cave. Bottles and jars filled the white jade shelves. Unfortunately, after opening these jade bottles, all of the pills had gone bad. This was the power of time, and nothing could stop it. All of the precious items were destroyed, leaving behind nothing but dust. 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. Yi Fan looked through every single jade bottle, and in the end he saw a small 5-colored gourd with these 4 ancient characters engraved on it. It made his heart tremble. To dare name it like this, it was inevitably an exceptional immortal treasure. It could most likely exist for a long time, but unfortunately, it was empty after being opened. There's no aura of Duanda. He wasn't here to investigate, so the master of the cave shouldn't have left behind any immortal pills. Yi Fan walked through many ancient caves, and felt that everything was ruined. There were originally many divine objects, but they had unfortunately all been submerged in the passage of time, turning into ordinary soil. He continued forward for a long distance. In the end, multicolored light flowed in front of him, and the formation patterns were profound. Even though he had the Xing technique, he still couldn't pass through. After all, he hadn't completely comprehended this secret technique. At this time, Yi Fan missed the large black dog very much. If this guy was here, the formation patterns definitely couldn't block his path, and it would most likely even seal Duanda. He thought carefully, and decided to retreat. If he went in like this, he would most likely be trapped, and there was a high chance he would fall into the hands of that damn fatty. Yi Fan returned along the path he came from, arriving outside the ancient cave. Apart from seeing the exceptional beauty Yu Dai, there was also a barbarian with disheveled hair. He wore beast skin clothes, and carried a wolf tooth club. This is Dongfang Yi. Yu Dai introduced. Yi Fan was astonished to learn that this barbarian surnamed Dongfang was a freakish existence, able to shatter the palm of a great expert. Dongfang Yi, just like his name, more or less had a wild temperament, very primitive. Under the beast's skin clothes, his skin was bronze and he was very strong. The wolf-tooth club was made of stone. At this time, he smiled in a simple and honest manner, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He looked very simple and honest. This place is at least the cave of an ancient saint, and it might even be the place where a great emperor passed away. Yi Fan earnestly explained the situation inside. Unfortunately, we can't go in. Yu Dai frowned slightly. The formation patterns were too complicated, and there was no way to break them. We don't need to go in. In a while, we'll ambush that damn fatty. Yi Fan said with a smile. This isn't too good. Yu Dai didn't want to do this. Dongfang Yi smiled in a simple and honest manner, and said, if it was someone else, I wouldn't approve, but he always has designs on my ancestral wolf-tooth club. Once, he almost stole it. This seemingly simple barbarian raised both hands in approval of ambushing Duanda, but he clearly stated that he wouldn't kill him and would only rob him of his treasures. Yi Fan looked at him strangely. This guy looked harmless, and his face was simple and honest, but he didn't seem to be very honest. The few of them discussed Duanda's battle prowess, and in the end, they all felt that it was unfathomable and immeasurable. Even though this barbarian had almost fought with Duanda, they still couldn't figure out his depth. Use formation patterns to lay a trap. Yi Fan took out a few pieces of jade and laid them at the exit. There wasn't a single trace left behind, and as soon as these pieces of jade were laid down, they automatically disappeared. Can formation patterns trap him? You have to know that he broke through the restriction to enter, so he must have done a lot of research, Princess Yu Dai reminded. Don't worry, this is some powerful existence that specially prepared it for this damned fatty, Yi Fan said with a smile. Back then, the large black dog had fought to the death with Duanda after encountering him and didn't suffer any losses. Afterwards, he helped Yi Fan carve this kind of formation pattern, saving it for future use. Is it really that effective? Dongfang Yi smiled foolishly. This is a small formation, and it's not very large. It's to avoid being detected by him. As long as he steps inside, he'll instantly lose his focus, and we only have that short time to act and suppress him, Yi Fan explained. Hong! A loud sound came from within the cave, and at the same time, a haze rushed out. Fatty Duan was making a lot of noise inside. Obviously, he was breaking through the restriction. They waited patiently and didn't rush in to watch. In the next 4 hours, all kinds of sounds could be heard from within the ancient cave. The noise became louder and louder, and the dense spiritual qi was even surging like water. I hope he obtains a lot of celestial treasures, and even a great emperor's ancient scripture, the barbarian said honestly. Princess Yu Dai was a little speechless. This guy was far from being as simple as he looked. He was prepared to give Duanda a good beating. Yi Fan laughed, and put his arm around Dongfang Ye's shoulder, discussing for a long time how they should act. He's out. Yi Fan's spirit sense was very sharp, and he sensed the aura. They were hidden within the formation pattern, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Duanda humphed as he walked out, continuously cursing. His clothes were tattered, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss inside. Wang! The formation pattern was activated, and light shone. Duanda instantly lost his focus. His divine sense was almost stripped out and sealed forever. Pang! The barbarian didn't hold back, and swung his large club from behind, directly hitting the back of Duanda's head. It was so painful that Fatty Duan's eyes rolled back, and he almost immediately fainted. Duanda's body went limp, and he swayed as he tried to turn around. At this time, Yi Fan held the small dao platform that was half a foot tall, and slammed it onto his face. Pang! Unscrupulous! Motherf ***, celestial being. Duanda's eyes finally rolled back, and he was knocked out by the two barbarians. He fell crookedly onto the ground. Chapter 571. Duanda was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that he had been struck by a club and a brick. He cursed celestial being, and his eyes rolled back into his head as he slumped to the ground with a plop. Bang! The barbarian was not kind at all. He raised his club and struck the back of Duanda's head again, causing the unconscious fatty to twitch and grimace in pain. Princess Yudai's small mouth formed an O shape. Dongfang Ye's simple and honest image had been shaken in her heart. He looked like a primitive man, very simple and honest, but he was so skilled in striking with a club. On the other side, Yi Fan was even more unkind. He aimed the half-foot-thick platform at Duanda's forehead and struck 7 or 8 more times. If he hadn't controlled his strength, the fatty would have already been split open. They indeed didn't dare to relax. Duanda always gave off an unfathomable feeling. The three of them walked up together and completely sealed his sea of consciousness to prevent him from waking up too quickly. Crash! Yi Fan was the first to move. He took off a jade bracelet from Duanda's wrist. There were 18 pearls on it, all of them different colors, and each one was sparkling and translucent. The pearls felt heavy in his hand and instantly made one's heart empty. All distracting thoughts were expelled, and it was incomparably tranquil. Yi Fan immediately knew that this was a treasure that could help one comprehend the Tao. Princess Yudai cried out in surprise, "This is a string of sea god pearls." Each one was formed by a beast king of the sea. Normally, a single one would be priceless. Who would have thought that he would actually use 18 of them to form a bracelet? Yi Fan handed it to her. The pearls shone brightly, and each one was as big as a longan. They were extremely beautiful and dazzling. "This sea god pearl bracelet is for me?" Although Princess Yudai had seen countless treasures, she still couldn't bear to part with this string of pearls. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light as she caressed it with her slender hands. "Just take it. This guy has a lot of treasures on him." Yi Fan believed that what Duanda lacked the least were treasures. After raiding tombs all year round, who knew how many treasures he had accumulated? Rip! Yi Fan tore open Fatty Duan's outer clothes, revealing an inner armor. It was made from divine silk and jade pieces were threaded together. It was overflowing with light and color, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Divine jade silk clothing. The barbarian revealed a look of joy and threw the wolf tooth club in his hand to the ground. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Yi Fan gave it a try. This inner armor was extremely sturdy. His physical body was so strong that he had to use 90% of his strength to leave a fingerprint on it. Dongfang Yi came from a primitive tribe. There was a very ancient village there, and his 7th grandfather was incomparably powerful. He also had this kind of precious clothes that protected his body and was difficult to break through. My 7th uncle said that it was dug out from the ancient tomb of a peerless emperor. The barbarian revealed this piece of information with a fiery gaze. Clearly, he had taken a fancy to this inner armor. This bastard has dug up many people's ancestral tombs. He even visited the ancestral tomb of the 5th bandit Wu Dao. Now, he has come to Central Plains to cause trouble. He must have dug up the tomb of a peerless emperor. Yi Fan speculated. The divine jade silk clothing was overflowing with an ancient aura. Although it also had a luster, it seemed to be covered with some dust. One look and one could tell that it was an ancient object that had experienced countless years. "If you want it, then do it yourself. Take it off for him." Yi Fan laughed. Dongfang Yi was not polite at all. He stretched out his fan-like hand and tore off Duanda's clothes, throwing them to the side. He then took off the divine jade silk clothing and put it on himself. He's already so old, yet he still hung a longevity lock on his neck. This bastard is really greedy for life. Yi Fan tore off a purple gold lock from Duanda's neck. "Wait, let me take a look." Princess Yudai saw that he was about to throw it away. Her voice trembled as she carefully took it and looked at it. There were no Tao patterns on the purple gold lock, nor were there any fluctuations of divine power. It looked very ordinary, and there was only a picture of a long life carved on it. An old man with long eyebrows sat under an ancient tree. "This is the legendary longevity lock." Princess Yudai's voice was trembling. She could not believe that Duanda had such a treasure on him. "Isn't it just a broken lock?" Dongfang Yi did not care. He had been watching from the side and had long sensed that this purple gold lock was not some kind of treasure. This might be a divine item that has the effect of suppressing life. It was most likely the personal item of a peerless monster from 9,000 years ago, Princess Yudai said. 9,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in the Central Plains. His name was Xiang Yufei. He was not even 19 years old, but he became an emperor-level figure. He was invincible. His strength and achievements shocked the world. Without a doubt, he was a rising star. After the desolate antiquity era, he could have such a cultivation level at this age. How heaven-defying was that? However, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He was not even 20 years old before he died. It could be said that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He was not able to shine in the Central Plains and become a legend. Originally, he could not even live past 15 years old. He was born to die young. According to legend, it was because of a longevity lock that he lived to almost 20 years old, Princess Yudai said slowly. You are saying, this is the broken lock? Dong Fangyi carried the big stick and came forward to look at it carefully. This lock has a great origin. It was given to Xiang Yufei by a supreme figure in the West regions who was about to become a bodhisattva. That was why he could live for a few more years. I don't see anything special about it. It feels very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. Dong Fangyi took the purple gold lock and turned it around to look at it. He then used his barbaric strength to squeeze it, but the lock was not damaged at all. He was born with the strength to pick up mountains, and his physical body could injure powerful figures. However, he could not do anything to a lock. It was obvious that this was a divine object, and not as simple as it looked. Countless years ago, the Buddha of the Western Desert personally refined a purple gold evil-subduing pestle for the Buddhists to protect them. Its power is boundless and unimaginable. Before it was forged into the evil-subduing pestle, that piece of purple gold godly metal was repeatedly refined by the Buddha, and endless benevolence and virtue were poured into it. It accompanied him for a long time, and because of this, he became a god. Later on, when the evil-subduing pestle was completed, there was still a small piece of purple gold godly metal left. A bodhisattva collected it and passed it down. Generations of arhats refined it into a lock that could suppress one's own life. It is called the longevity lock. If you hang it on your body, you will definitely live for a period of time. To living fossils, this is a priceless divine object. Who doesn't want to live for a few more years? Princess Yudai said. She was very shocked. She never thought that she would see this treasure. That bastard really has some ability. He even managed to create such a legendary object. I really don't know how many ancient tombs he dug up. Yi Fan sighed. He had to admit that Fatty Duan's abilities were remarkable, and he had fished up quite a few good things. He had some unimaginable abilities, but unfortunately he had not obtained them openly. 9,000 years ago, Xiang Yufei became an emperor-level figure at the age of 19. It could be said that his tomb was not that easy to find, right? The barbarian asked doubtfully. Xiang Yufei buried himself in an ice coffin and slept on a snowy peak. It is said that he wanted to avoid death and resurrect in the future. Many people went to search, and all the places with snowy peaks were searched, but nothing was found. Unfortunately, Xiang Yufei never appeared again in the future. Now that the longevity lock has appeared, he has undoubtedly turned into dust. Princess Yudai shook her head. Yi Fan did not doubt that Fatty Duan was able to find Xiang Yufei's ice coffin. It was one thing for this guy to go in and out of the demonic beast emperor's tomb, but he had even entered the Ji family's mausoleum to search for the Void Emperor's tomb. It could be seen how conceited he was. You two go and discuss how to split this lock. I don't want it. Yi Fan did not want this longevity lock. My life is very tough, I don't need it either. The barbarian also waved his hand magnanimously. This is too precious. How could I dare to take it myself? Yu Dai felt that she had not done anything, yet she had been given such a divine treasure. She was a little embarrassed to accept it. If you find anything good later, just give me one. Dong Fangyi waved his hand. Dong Fangyi waved his hand. He could also see that this damned fatty had a lot of treasures on him. These were just hanging outside his body. Yi Fan personally moved and continued to search Duanda's body for treasures. The seemingly unremarkable things were all precious. For example, the broken hairpin on his head was actually an antique. With a light stroke, it cut through space. Don't throw it, don't throw it. Even that pair of shoes was picked up by Dongfang Yi. After being appraised, it was a pair of ancient treasures. After wearing it, one's speed increased by 20%, and he immediately put it on his own feet. This fatty is really particular. Yi Fan tore off an 8 trigrams diagram from his tattered Taoist robe. It was actually an ancient treasure that could suck people in. In the end, he stripped Duanda clean. What jade pieces, money pouches, they were all precious treasures. Not a single one of them was ordinary. This also doomed Duanda's tragedy. Yi Fan only left him a pair of underpants and nothing else. Aren't we going too far by doing this? Princess Yudai's face was slightly red. She had never done something like this before. Looking at the unmoving fatty lying on the ground, she felt somewhat apologetic. Don't pity this fatty. He has designs on my ancestral mace whenever he has nothing better to do. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Robbing him is completely normal. The barbarian was very unkind. Having tasted the sweetness, he wanted to personally plunder Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation and other places. Boom! Dongfang Yi moved, fishing out several treasures from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. They immediately emitted dazzling divine light, almost submerging this cave dwelling. These were 9 weapons: a jade saber, a purple jade sword, a scarlet jade spear, a black jade halberd, a white jade shield, 9 jade weapons. Light shot into the heavens, dazzling, and emitted a soul-shaking aura. Heavens, these are the legendary 9 divine weapons. Yudai cried out. Every small jade weapon was only a few inches long, but the light they emitted was dazzling, and the fluctuations they emitted made one's heart palpitate. They seemed to be even stronger than Holy Lord-level weapons. These are the weapons that a peerless king had refined for his entire life. When the 9 divine weapons are combined, their power is peerless, and they are invincible. These weapons could be used in combination. Once they were used, the world would lose color because of them, and they all possessed unparalleled power. According to Princess Yudai, these were the 9 divine weapons of the Feather King from 15,000 years ago, and they had been lost for who knew how many years. Even Yi Fan was stunned. Fatty Duan's methods were truly heaven-defying. He had even found the tomb of the deceased Feather King, and obtained the 9 divine weapons that he had refined for his entire life. This fatty is practically a living treasure trove. The barbarian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even if he dug up an entire cave dwelling, he might not be able to find such a divine weapon. And this was only a handful from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Only heaven knew what other treasures there were. Let's go again. Yi Fan couldn't forget the undying wondrous tree, as well as Duanda's broken bowl. Let's rob him clean. If he wakes up,